David Oates. David Oates, as you probably will note shortly, has himself a speech impediment. That is what led David to a study of speech in general. Our speech, our language, whether it be English or any other language, and reverse speech, as you will certainly learn in a moment, applies to all language. Otherwise, it would not be a discipline that could be scientifically proven. At any rate, David's speech impediment obviously led him into studying language many, many years ago, and he has now developed something called reverse speech. Now, if I understand reverse speech correctly, it will reveal, in other words, when you take a forward speech, as I am now presenting to you, forward speech, I hope you regard it that way, and you actually reverse it at the regular speed, every so often there will appear an intelligible statement in reverse. Now, this statement is very dangerous to a lot of people, including not only those who make it, but David Oates himself. He has had horrid things happen to him since doing all of this. His house was burned down. He has received threats. He has been literally, of late, under siege. Here is David Oates. Welcome to the program, David.
Hi, Art. How are you?
I'm just fine. Great to have you on the program again.
Oh, it's good to be back. It really is.
Now, I don't think I did a very good explanation of what reverse speech is. So would you give us your 101?
Okay. Well, essentially, I'm proposing a brand new theory about linguistics and the function of language. Essentially, what I'm claiming is that the process of spoken communication is twofold. As the human brain is constructing the sounds of speech, it's putting those sounds together in such a way that we're delivering two messages simultaneously. The first message is conscious, which is forwards, which is obviously how I'm talking to you now, and that is being generated by the left brain hemisphere.
Right.
The second message is unconscious, is occurring from the right brain hemisphere and is literally backwards. It is embedded backwards into the sounds of our speech. So quite literally, as you said, if speech is recorded and played backwards, approximately once every 10 or 15 seconds, and that varies depending on the emotional intensity of a conversation, but roughly once every 10 seconds or so, you can hear this very clear and precise, intelligent statement that my research indicates is what we are thinking and feeling at the time of speaking, not just on the conscious level, but on the unconscious level as well. So the totality of human thought is quite literally embedded backwards into the sounds of our speech. It is an automatic function of the human mind that has previously been undiscovered and unresearched.
And the dangerous aspect is that what is recoverable in reverse speech is the truth. In other words, you could be saying one thing in forward speech, as I am right now,
right,
and in reverse, it could reveal that what I'm saying forward is a dead flat lie.
Exactly correct, and the truth can be very blunt and to the point.
And dangerous.
Extremely dangerous. I mean, if you consider our society, our whole society has been molded on well, I was going to say lies and deceptions. I don't want to get that blatant.
No, it really is true, David. I think that if the absolute truth was always told, society would collapse.
Certainly the way it's constructed now, yes. Society has been built on a false premise, and reverse speech cuts right through that, and some of the things that come out are really quite shocking and mind-blowing. I mean, I have difficulty believing some of the stuff that I find on occasion, but it always validates itself in many different ways. You know, I just heard from a friend of mine in Australia just last week, a murder case I worked on about 10 years ago that pinpointed a specific suspect for the crime was finally solved, and the suspect was exactly who the reversals said it was. And
now, here is where the real danger is. When you are working on murder cases, whether it be the Ramsey case or any other case, and you come up with reversals indicating a suspect or indicating guilt, obviously you cannot come right out and say they are guilty, but their own words, in a sense, indict them. And I think the proof is in the pudding. Now, your house was burned down.
Yes, it was.
Under very suspicious circumstances not long ago, but there has been even more recent horrendous threatening activity toward you, and a lot of the audience has heard about it. What has been recently occurring, David?
Well, essentially, 2 weeks ago, I received another death threat. The frightening thing about this was that it came from the second phone line in my house, and there was...
How do you know that?
We did a call trace on it. Simply star 69 on my phone, and the other phone line rang.
You mean the other phone line in your own house? In
my own house, and there was no one in the house at the time. I mean, I live in a barricaded property now. I've got big gates and barbed wire fence around my 5-acre lot. The only people home was me and my 3 kids.
So there would have been only 2 ways this could have occurred. Somebody would have been out at the junction box near your house, or they would have been connected somehow in the phone company to be able to accomplish.
Right. Well, you know, I mean, it's not difficult to do that with modern surveillance techniques, or I mean, there's many ways to access through computers phone company systems. I don't know what to say. But it was rather frightening, to say the least. 5 minutes prior to that, there was a tremendous odor in the house. The whole house reeked to high heaven. It smelt like skunk. I don't know what that was. And then the call came 5 minutes later. My dog totally freaked out. A few minutes after that, ran down the bottom of the property. We didn't see him again for 5 or 10 minutes. And then, speaking about my dog was severely sick a week later. And I got an email that night, basically threatening to, I mean, I didn't take the email seriously, threatening to send someone around to attend to my sick dog, so it was someone who knew or had done something. And it's been frightening. There's been cars outside the office. We're being under surveillance for some reason. I actually sent my son back to Australia last week because it was just getting too hot here, and so now I've just got my 2 kids now.
And I do understand that for the sake of your family, you are restructuring the direction that reverse speech is going to go a little bit. In other words, you are, in effect, reacting to some degree to these threats.
Yeah, I am a little bit. I don't know. You know, my immediate reaction is to back right off on some of my controversial topics, but, you know, I'm going to be playing TWA 800 reversal tonight, so, you know, I mean, I want to back down on some of the more controversial stuff, but even though that's what I want to do, I'm still led to doing them. So it's hard to tell.
All right, let us
I'm a glutton for punishment.
Let us give the audience a good example. I was on a talk show in Philadelphia the other day.
Right.
And the famous Neil Armstrong statement, as he first stepped on the moon, was part of the opening sequence of the very popular morning show in Philadelphia on WPHT, our affiliate there. And it was really funny, David. He played that as part of sort of the opening of his show. And when we got into the interview, one of the first things I said is, hey, have your engineer go play that backwards and recover what he gets, playing it backwards at a regular speed, and in the next break come back and play it on the air. And they did, and the engineer's mind was completely blown. You know, I just happened to remember the Neil Armstrong statement as one of the more impressive things I've heard on reverse speech.
Right.
And it set off the whole interview. I mean, there was no denying it. So let us begin by introducing the audience to that now very famous Neil Armstrong statement, if you can do it, when he landed on the moon, what it is in forward and then reverse.
Okay, all right, we've got it queued up now, and here's Neil Armstrong's very famous first words that we all know very, very well.
It's one small step for man, giant leap for mankind.
We've all heard that time and time again, but I wonder how many people have heard it in reverse, and I predict that over the next few years, what it says backwards will become just as famous as what it says forwards, and we'll run this in reverse at 3 different speeds for the new listeners, and literally backwards he's saying, man will spacewalk. That's straight backwards. We'll just play that twice. We don't need to play it 3 times.
That's really correct. That is so clear, David, that you need not play it at the 3rd slower speed. As a matter of fact, as the audience will note, as you get used to listening to reverse speech, you will hear it more clearly and more easily as time goes on. You've got to kind of calibrate your ears to it. I did that as a dispatcher, 911 dispatcher, and you now have to do it to participate in this program. At regular speed, play it in reverse, if you would, one more time.
Okay, here we go. And
man will spacewalk. There you go.
And why don't I run that forwards and immediately reverse? Here it is forwards.
It's one small step for man,
Backwards.
spacewalk.
And phrases like this, as clear as that, are occurring constantly throughout speech, once every 10 or 15 seconds. It's a revolutionary discovery that I believe in time would change the entire course of civilization.
Anybody can do this with a computer. Anybody can do this with a recorder that can be played backwards. It's no special trick. You have been not nominated for, but I know there has been a letter sent requesting a nomination for a Nobel Prize for your work. Your work is now recognized, I believe, by an official government agency, correct?
Yeah, it's been recognized by the United States Department of Labor. It has its own occupational code, both in the analytical side of it as well as the therapeutic side of it. The therapeutic implications of this are really quite profound. My training school has also been licensed and approved by the state of California. We do classes in this. My next class starts the last weekend in January. So, we're making some pretty good progress. My recommendation to the Nobel Committee has since been backed up by another letter as well. So it's just a matter of time, I think, before we really have no choice but to admit that there is something here.
All right. Well, you are certainly deserving of it, and I hope it happens. David, you have proven to me beyond any shadow of a doubt that speech in reverse actually begins before forward speech begins.
Correct.
In other words, when you were somewhat younger and your children were a lot younger, you would compulsively follow them around with a tape recorder and a microphone in their face, and you would record infant goo-goo sounds.
Right.
Which, when reversed, are not so much goo-goo. Would you give us a couple quick examples of that?
Okay, well, here's the classic one that is your favorite example, and it's literally me shoving the tape player in my daughter's face.
How old was she?
At this time, she was 7 months of age.
All right.
And she sees a tape player, she reaches out for it with interest. And backwards, she says, "What's that?" And again. And let's run that forwards and backwards. When I run this forwards and backwards, I want you to listen very carefully. There's a very definite G sound forwards, but when you run it in reverse, the G disappears.
It is obviously what a child would do if you put something in front of them. If they could speak, they would say, "What's that?" And and if the audience would listen very carefully, there is, we've talked about this many times, an ethereal sort of something to stand your hair on end kind of sound that comes with the reversals of children before they can speak forward. Go ahead and do it again.
And you actually hear the one I got to play after this one.
Yeah.
just a classic example of reverse speech. You know, they are speaking in reverse from as early as 4 months of age. They're uttering simple single words backwards, which gradually increase in complexity as they get older. And the next one I'm about to play you was recorded approximately 11 months of age. My daughter's in a bathtub. She's trying to pick up a cup. She can't pick up the cup, and she reaches out to me for help.
Gibberish.
A very typical baby sounds, and in reverse she says, "David, help me."
I am, of course, always convinced she is saying, "David, help me, David."
Right. There is a very faint sound at the end, sure.
Listen very carefully and go ahead and do it in reverse one more time at regular speed, please.
Okay.
Go.
Yeah, I can hear that right at the end, yeah.
Yep. It's there.
And that's just a very classic. You'll of course hear the very definite etherical sound there, which is a very typical reverse speech. It's one of the reasons I think too why it hasn't been discovered before, because it's got this very unique sing-song, echoey type tone to it, and unless you know what you're listening for, it's very easy to miss.
David, it's almost like something coming from beyond the grave.
Right, and I think that's why it got the satanic label many, many years ago. I mean, this first came to the forefront really right back in the late 60s with the Beatles, but the fundamentalists picked up the bandwagon in the mid-70s and early 80s.
Yeah, but everybody out there needs to understand that was backwards masking. It was done intentionally and has nothing to do with what we're talking about now, reverse speech.
Right, exactly correct. Yeah, there is two totally separate and distinct phenomena here. A lot of bands will, as a marketing gimmick, will superimpose tracks backwards on their records. Now, this is totally different. This is a natural mental function, language, two modes of language, forwards as well as
All right, if you've got another child one, and in fact, even if you have a few more of those, I'd love to hear them.
Oh, sure. I love the kids one. Here's a kid with a dirty diaper.
Here, Ken, I got a diaper for you. Yeah.
And where he says a diaper, backwards he says, "Help me out." I love that one.
As clear as can be, "Help me out."
Sure.
And again, that ethereal sound. All right, David, hang tight. We've got plenty of time to explore all of this. I'd like to get a couple more of the kids speak with an open mind and listen. Here once again is David John Oates. David, let's hit him with a few more kids here, because I love them.
Okay, well, here we have another classic children's reversal. I was over a friend's house. We moved my daughter from one room to another. We just set up the microphone in the new room.
And again, David, how old was she?
This one was about 18 months, I believe.
At about 18 months. So you were moving her from one room to the other, okay.
Correct. So here we have it forwards. You can hear me moving the microphone around. We're just setting up. Very typical baby sounds. In reverse, she says, "I now come here."
That is so clear. I've now come here.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
That's quite all right. Go ahead.
Okay, and here we go again.
I've now come here. From utter gibberish to I've now come here.
Yep. And here, let me just run that forwards again so people can see it's just typical baby sound forwards. And that sound there, I now come here. And, once this technology is accepted, it is going to revolutionize the field of child psychology and the language development. I mean, it just raises so many questions. I mean, when does the child's mind begin to think and process
Well,
language?
I think anybody, David, would agree that a child, prior to actually saying mama, dada, whatever the first words are, begins to process in their brain what language is. I mean, that's just, you know, it does not take a rocket scientist to imagine that.
Right.
You start processing and assimilating information in your brain,
Right.
and then finally that results in forward speech.
Right.
But if anything validates reverse speech, this does. If you have any more kids, do them now.
Okay, here we go. A little girl playing with her mother.
You sing known by me? No, we are going to sing, sir.
Backwards, she says, our mummy's sweet.
Abnormally sweet.
Oh.
Abnormally sweet.
Did you hear that one all right?
Very clearly. Mommy was extremely clear.
Right. I don't even think I've played this one on your program.
I don't think you have. I've never heard it. Do it one more time.
Abnormally sweet.
And let's just run that forwards again so you can hear the forwards.
No, we are going to sing, sir.
And backwards.
Abnormally sweet.
Oh, man.
Yeah, just such a gorgeous reversal, you know, and I just love the kid stuff. It's probably my favorite topic is the kids.
Mine too.
Yeah, let's see what else I've got on kids. I mean, I'm just trying to pick up one off the top of my head. Gee, where's the one I was looking for? I can't see it right now. Oh yeah, here we go. This is a really neat one. This is from Australia. Two Australian kids chatting away about a inoculation mark. You'll notice right at the very end, one of the children says, "Do you have an injection?" She just noticed an inoculation mark on the other kid's arm. Sure. Anyway, she says, to make it better, reverses to I hated them. There you go. I mean, you know, exactly what you would expect a young kid to say, you know.
As a matter of fact, I recall thinking that myself. An inoculation.
Right.
That's exactly
You tell me a
right.
kid who doesn't hate him, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
All right, is that it? Do we leave children now? And
Yeah, why don't we leave children? Why don't we, you know, I mean, I want to get on the TW800 reversals, which we'll do after the top of the hour.
Oh, that's so serious. Listen, do me a favor.
Yep.
Go find the political stuff, the very clear political stuff for me. My favorite is the nomination speech for President Clinton.
Right.
Do you happen to have that handy? Because it'll move us into the adult realm, and we'll do it with politics here.
Okay, this is a classic one. This is Bill Clinton's inauguration in his first term. It's not Bill Clinton talking, but it's you know, it's someone. It's just the announcer. The particular thing is notice carefully what he says about the outgoing Bush administration.
Warmly welcome in a new one as William Jefferson Clinton takes office as the 42nd President of the United States.
You know, we couch our language in such niceties. You know.
Oh, don't we? A gracious goodbye.
Let me just run that key section again.
To an outgoing administration.
And of course, we all know what really happened to George Bush. He was fired. Reversal says you're fired.
You're fired.
Classic reversal.
You're
And let me just run
fired.
that.
All right, what David's doing is he's reversing these at 3 speeds. The first speed you're hearing is the regular speed, the same speed it was spoken forward, and he's only reversing this so those of you hearing it for the first time can kind of calibrate your ear.
Right, and I've just got a little amusing thing at the end. I've got some echo on the "you're fired" just for effect, so let's just run this.
Today, our nation is
I just think that's terribly amusing, you know. So, and here we have, look.
You got to give me the kiss, David.
Yeah, the kiss.
The
okay,
kiss.
we'll do that and do a couple of other naughty ones on Bill Clinton.
All right.
Here's Bill Clinton being talked about how he avoids being unduly influenced.
President, the senator mentioned trial lawyers and campaign. That means campaign financing. How do you personally avoid being unduly influenced by people who give you money or give you services in your campaigns?
Well, I try to articulate my positions as clearly as possible. Tell people what I stand for and let them decide whether they're going to support me or not.
I like listen to the precise forward dialogue again where the reversal occurs.
Well, I try to articulate my positions as clearly as possible.
And what positions is he talking about? In reverse, he says, she's a fun girl to kiss.
She's a fun girl to kiss. She's a fun girl to kiss.
And once more.
She's a fun girl to kiss.
It makes you wonder how he does avoid being...
And what positions he's articulating.
And on the same token, here's one. I don't even think I've played this one in your program either. This is actually a classic video clip. Bill Clinton's giving a speech, and just momentarily his eyes glance down to this very attractive woman in the front row.
Battling discrimination against mental illness, caring for children of veterans who suffer from a terrible disease.
And backwards he says, C's little breast.
C's little breast?
Ooh.
C's little breast?
I don't think I've played that one on your program.
I don't think you have either. C's little breasts.
I mean, you'd tell me a red-blooded male who probably wouldn't think something like that.
I was about to say that. I don't hold it against him.
No,
I mean, it's got to be boring sitting up there doing a speech, and we all know Mr. Clinton loves his women.
Right.
And so,
And here it is again.
C's little breast?
Okay, now let's get a little bit more complicated now, still on the same theme. Here's Clinton talking about charges of moral dishonesty. And this is probably one of my favorite reversals of all time on this one. This is just a classic reversal, and here we go.
There still has not been a single solitary shred of evidence of anything dishonest that I have done in my public life, not only as governor, not only as governor and as president.
And backwards, you can hear his southern accent. He says, denied the habits, and I said, dang you. And he's saying, look, I've already addressed this. Just leave me alone. Denied the habits, and I said, dang you.
Denied the habits, and I said, dang you.
Yep.
And again?
Denied the habits, and I said, dang you.
Listen,
denied the habits. Very interesting.
Yeah, let me just run this. What I want to do with this one, I want to run the whole track backwards, and you'll actually hear the gibberish first, and then this very distinct tonal shift as reversal occurs, and then back to gibberish again. And this is literally how reverse speech works. You get this monotone gibberish, and then this exceptionally clear phrase embedded in the middle of the gibberish.
Embedded.
And then back again.
Very, very clearly in the center of gibberish, there it was.
Yep. And literally this is how it occurs. And, I constantly say on the programs I do, I'm just amazed that no one's discovered this before. It's so blatant and so obvious. All one has to do is to run a tape backwards with an open mind and open your ears, and they're quite clear.
Now, well, you remember the Area 51 caller?
Oh, yes. I cannot play you that one. My jazz drive crashed tonight, and
I see. All right.
Didn't have a backup on that. I'm sorry. I actually tried to find that before I went to the air. So.
Okay. Oh, well.
We can't do that one. I'm sorry, Art.
That's all right. Where would you like to go from here?
Why don't we look at the Ramseys? That's the current topical case. It gives you some implications of how getting down to some of the more serious aspects of this.
The Ramsey case, of course, is entering a very serious phase right now.
Yes, it certainly is. And actually, I did a taping with the Gerardo Rivera show on the Wednesday of this week, and that will actually be airing on December the 26th on the anniversary.
So the day after Christmas, you're going to be on El Aldo, eh?
Correct.
All right.
And playing these reversals that you're just about to hear.
Okay.
And now we get down to the nitty-gritty of reverse speech. What can it do? What can it tell us? What can it reveal?
And why is it so damn dangerous? dangerous.
Exactly correct. And here we have Patsy Ramsey. She's being interviewed on TV, and she's saying forward she feels there's at least 2 people out there who know who did this crime.
We feel like there are at least 2 people on the face of this earth that know who did this. And that is the killer and someone that person may have confided in.
And in reverse, she tells us who the person is. Reversal simply says, I'm that person.
My God.
And once more. I mean, you know, it pretty well speaks for itself.
Just give it to me one more time at regular speed, please.
A key.
I know, I'm always causing you to
load.
No,
that's fine. I was halfway through pulling the next file up.
I know.
Here we go. Okay, and once more. Who's the person who knows? Speaks for itself.
Okie dokie.
And here we have John Ramsey committing his life to finding the killer of his daughter. And we're just loading this one up right now, and I'll play another one on John after this that will really chill you to the bone.
Mr. Ramsey, what do you want to say to the killer of your daughter?
We'll find you. We will find you. I have that as a sole mission for the rest of my life.
Sounds like something that O.J. Simpson said. And backwards, we now fool you.
We now fool you. We now fool you.
And once more.
We now fool you.
I mean, this is a revolutionary dynamite technology, and it literally will shake the foundation stones of civilization as it gets out more and more.
And for anybody sitting out there saying, what a bunch of baloney, be my guest, record any of this, play it back, and prove it to yourself.
Oh, sure. All I'm doing is just running the tape straight backwards. There's no manipulation of soundtrack. There's no nothing. You can validate this very easily. If anyone wants to go to my website, I've got a whole site up, which, by the way, we have a new site that's coming online tonight.
I think it may be online already. I'm not sure. If people will go up to www.artbell.com and scroll right down to David John Oates' name and click on it, if that new site is up, you will immediately be taken there by electronic wizardry at the speed of light.
That link will take you to the brand new site, which Keith Rowland has spent many hours of working on this. We're actually right down to the wire on it. The old site's still up at reversespeech.com. We couldn't get it changed over, but you can get to the new site by linking to it from your page.
All right, there you are.
There's hundreds of reversals on that. Let's look at just one more on John Ramsey. This is really a very chilling reversal. He's talking about the outgoing of support that he's received, and just prior to this, which I don't have in this clip, but he talks about a letter that he received from a little girl and how he's been corresponding with the little girl, and then he continues on and says this.
It's just been wonderful. So we've come out of this perhaps differently than you would expect in believing that there really is a lot of goodness in the world. And that's been an outcome that I think we certainly wouldn't have anticipated with this kind of tragedy.
Now, you tell me how the reversal I'm about to play can occur by pure coincidence. This is a very long, articulated sentence, and it's actually accessing right down into his unconscious mind, and particularly his unconscious attitudes towards little girls. And reversal simply says, nice little girl, then there's a little bit of gibberish followed by, let me look, let me nurse you, you get down on my fire. So nice little girl, gibberish, let me look, let me nurse you, you get down on my fire.
Nice little girl, sister, never knew that you mercy, you get down on my fire.
Yeah, I heard it.
Straight backwards. Here it is again.
Nice little girl, sister, never knew that you mercy, you get down on my fire.
And see, this is where reverse speech gets really dangerous, because it's not just accessing our conscious thoughts, what we are thinking and feeling at the time of speaking, but it's also accessing unconscious attitudes and behavior and a motive and agenda, literally on the deeper levels, which we won't get into tonight, but it actually accesses the core structures of consciousness. why we are the people that we are and how our personality and behavior is literally formed at the very base level.
Okay, we have a couple of minutes before the top of the hour, and you are welcome to run in that couple of minutes anything you want.
Okay. Well, this is a reversal on me, which was recorded back in 1988, right when I began my public career with reverse speech. I began researching in 1983, but in 87, 88, I published my first book. I did some small lectures, and here's me after one of my lectures, and I'm literally saying to someone, I've suddenly been thrust into this role where I had people coming to me and saying, David, I want to know what's going on inside my head.
I've been suddenly thrust into this role where I have people coming to me and saying, David, I want to know what's going on inside my head, and I think, bloody hell, you're asking me. All I do is play tape backwards.
Right.
And I'm starting to get a feel for it.
Now, this is actually a very good example to illustrate the principle of what I call speech complementarity, where the forwards and the reverse relate to each other. It's actually one of the things that convinced me back in the early stages was this direct contextual relationship.
Sure.
And where I say all I do is play tapes backwards, we actually hear a reversal that says what happens when we play tapes backwards, and the reversal says, look at that, and there's a little bit of gibberish followed by all I am inside, which is what reverse speech accesses, all that we are inside. And
I heard all I am inside.
Correct. That's exactly what it said. And let's do it again.
All I am inside. All right, David, a question for you.
Yes, sir.
In the world of reverse speech, as you fairly pull each reversal from any forward spoken words,
yep.
What percentage of the time is the reversal congruent with, in other words, contextually congruent with what is being said forward? What percentage of the time?
It's at least 70%, and in actual fact, higher than that, 70 to 80%. In the cases where it's not congruent, you will normally find that topic being discussed a few minutes later or a few minutes prior. So if it's not contextual right at those precise words, it's generally contextual throughout the whole conversation, although there are occasions where they just come out of left field and totally throw me for a loop. I've no idea what they're talking about, but at least 70 to 80% of the time.
All right, so 70 to 80% of the time,
yep.
It is congruent, consistent with what's being said forward,
yep.
And that's impossible unless reverse speech is absolutely real.
Oh, the mathematical odds of this occurring by pure coincidence are literally uncalculable. They're occurring every 10 seconds, grammatically correct sentences, contextually.
All right, hang tough, David. It is, we're headed toward the top of the hour. Show with Bill Donaldson, an aviation expert, and two witnesses who claim to have seen, one of them in a Black Hawk helicopter, a missile rise, turn, and explode adjacent to Flight 800 as the investigation now continues. Coincident to that broadcast, there were several statements made the next day following my broadcast about the center fuel tank and modifications to the center fuel tank. And as you are well aware, there are ongoing investigations. I want to read you a letter I just received from Tom Higgins. Art, at 62 years of age, I'm retired electrical engineer from NYNEX and also a business owner and live with my wife Edna in Greenport, New York. I'm also a licensed pilot and former owner of my own aircraft. We live about 25 miles east-northeast of West Hampton Airport, the base of the Air National Guard, and upon whose runway the helicopter was landing when the pilot saw the initial flash and explosion. He was a recent guest on your show. The crash site is not more than a few miles southwest of that. Had it not been for trees in the neighbor's yard, I could have seen the explosion. On that evening, at approximately 8:50 p.m., while in my backyard, I heard a low-flying plane approaching from the direction of the West Hampton airport. As a pilot, and with undying interest in aircraft, I watched and waited to see it as I normally do. This plane immediately aroused my interest to the point where I went directly into the house and told my wife about what I saw. Note, we did not become aware of the TWA crash until we turned on the TV at about 11:30 p.m. that evening, and did not know about it at the time that I saw the plane, although I knew that what I saw was significant. What I saw was a twin-engine Piper PA, that's Pacific Alpha 23 Apache aircraft, with what appeared to be modified wingtips, squared off instead of rounded, as I remembered from seeing such planes years ago. As an avid fan of older aircraft, I recognized it immediately. They only built 300 of them in the early 60s. What struck me as so unusual was the fact that he was flying at full throttle at about 600 feet AGL, which is virtually sea level here. He was headed northeast, and because he was so low and pushing it so hard, I immediately thought that perhaps he was a drug runner. Believe me, I study every plane that passes over and always have. I've never seen one of those around here before or since. His direction of travel must have brought him very close to the crash site. If he had departed West Hampton, he must have seen the explosion. Was he flying so unusually low to avoid radar, or reporting in to the area? 1 minute after passing overhead, he would have been over the ocean headed toward Boston, which is definitely not a good idea at 600 feet. Its paint job was rather dull and faded and looked as if it had been stored for years and not the object of a classic airplane owner's love. I reported all this to the FBI hotline several days later, but they never contacted me. A similar strange incident occurred the evening before, just before dark. Again, over my backyard, I was astonished to see either a Learjet or a Citation jet or similar jet doing lazy eights at about 1,000 feet between Greenport and Shoulder Island, a few miles south of here. Low and slow in one of those is again very dangerous. I have never seen that again, nor since. He was not configured for a landing, and the nearest airport would have been West Hampton or East Hampton, where he could land many miles away. I have very strong powers of observation and usually notice things other people do not. All of my instincts tell me that that twin-engine Piper Apache was running scared or trying to stay out of sight. But why? And why only 10 or 15 minutes after the crash of Flight 800? Signed, Tom Higgins. We will in the future interview Tom Higgins. It is but one more interesting piece of the puzzle that is TWA, was TWA Flight 800. Once again, David Oates. David?
Okay, well, we're going to add even further mystery and intrigue to the Flight 800 scenario. I've got 13 reversals to play here. So
all right.
I want to get through them in order. This was from a press conference conducted by Jim Kallstrom of the FBI approximately 3 weeks ago. There's another speaker here as well. Audio's just a touch distorted on this. It was recorded by someone else who had the levels a bit too high, but it doesn't change the message on this at all. I'm just explaining if you hear a little bit of distortion, that's what it is.
All right.
Okay, so here we go.
The law enforcement team disengagement at this time from the TWA investigation is based solely on the overwhelming absence of evidence indicating a crime.
Okay, that's the official statement. We have a very significant reversal. He says, nervous, they're spying in my war.
Spying in my war? Spying in my war?
You hear that one okay?
Yes, I did, yes.
And once more. spying him on war. So he's obviously nervous. The word spying is very significant. What it means by in my war, I really don't know. I believe that some future broadcast with Richard Hoagland, he's going to be talking about a secret war that he believes is transpiring.
All right.
So, that's just leaving it for future reference. And now we have the next one coming up. Now I just got a slight delay on my computer bringing this up, just a touch here.
All right, while you're doing that, one quick question,
yes.
So that my fax machine does not burn up. Everybody always asks, does reverse speech work in other languages besides English?
Yes, we've documented in 3 other languages so far: French, German, and Spanish. I have a fascinating story to tell about the reverse speech in German. I had a student come over from Germany to train with me for a period of 2 years. When she first came, she spoke very poor English, and most of her reversals were in German for the first few months.
In other words, her poor English translated to reversals in German.
In German.
Well, that's remarkable. All right, are you queued up?
Yes, I am. And here we have the second TWA reversal.
The investigation I've just described to you was done primarily by the men and women of the Terrorist Task Force here in New York, augmented by many FBI agents from around the country and many others from this office.
Okay, talking about the investigative team, investigating, and reversal says, remember, they'll be lame.
Remember, they'll be lame. Remember, they'll be lame.
In other words, ineffective.
Remember, they'll be lame.
You hear that one okay?
No, I don't hear that one clearly. Say it at regular speed, and what is it saying, please?
Remember, they'll be lame.
Remember, they'll be lame. All right.
Remember, they'll be lame.
Yeah.
Remember, they'll be lame.
All right, I hear it.
Okay, all right, and the next one is just as significant, and we're pulling this one up now, and this is still the spokesman speaking, and here we go with it forward.
I don't say this lightly. I like to thank the media. The media is the way that we put this story out. It allowed us to stand up day in and day out.
And that's a very significant reversal to what's coming up. He simply says, we have the killer.
Looking out with Gully. Looking out with Gully. Looking out with Gully.
We have the killer.
We have the killer. Who is the killer? That's a very interesting question.
Looking out with Gully.
Okay, and we'll move on to the next one now. Still, this is all in order in which they occurred, and here it is at this, and here we have. And he's talking about the recovery of the material from the ocean floor.
SAC Joe Canamessa, who so expertly ran and coordinated all the activities on the ocean, the dive, the recovery of all the material.
And when he talked about the recovery of all the material, he says, I erased them.
I erased them.
Oh.
I erased them. I erased them.
I erased them.
I erased them. A very significant reversal. I would like to know exactly what was erased.
So would I.
And I'm sure many other people would like to know the answer to that question too. And here we have with the next one coming up, and this is a different speaker now, and we're running this forwards right now.
Operational or procedural questions inevitably arise, but due in no small measure to the leadership of Director Free and Jim Kallstrom.
And we're talking about Director Free and Jim Kallstrom. He says they sure deal with it.
They sure deal with it. They sure deal with it.
Well, that would be
sure deal with it.
that would be congruent then.
Right, that is correct. Yeah. There's nothing sort of really sinister in that.
Right.
And we're going to move on to the next one now, which this next one put chills down my spine. My first death threat about 3 or 4 days after I first played the TWA reversals on the radio.
All right.
It will demonstrate the extraordinary effort being made to conduct an objective and far-reaching examination.
And what would stop them from doing an objective far-reaching examination, reversal says, we're scared of the Oates.
We're scared of the Oates. We're scared of the Oates. We're scared of the Oates.
I don't know what to tell you about that one. It just sent chills down my spine when I heard it. And because I've been fairly public now for 18 months and made quite an impact.
Oh, yes.
And, it makes me wonder whether there is indeed any connection between that reversal and some of the things that have happened to me recently. And this next reversal is just as telling. And we have 2 or 3 more very serious ones coming up after this one.
All right.
And here we go.
All of us wanting to be here today to thank the men and women of the FBI.
And backwards, we don't serve the law.
You don't serve the law.
Oh, my.
You don't serve the law.
And, you know, I mean, there's a real trend building here. As you
We don't serve the law. Oh, my.
It's the trend that's building in this whole TWA reversals really quite worrying me. Talking about spying, the agents being lame, we have the killer, records being erased, we don't serve the law. Now we're coming on to this one.
The men and women of the various organizations here in New York that have worked so hard on this investigation. And again, to assure the American people that our investigation continues.
And backwards, we'll beat the crime.
We'll beat the crime. We'll beat the crime. We'll beat the crime.
What crime? And beating what? And the next, we've got 2 more reversals to play here. The one I'm about to play you now, I've actually got a fascinating story to tell you about this one. Some information I found on a radio interview I did recently when I played this reversal. And we're just queuing it up now, and here's the forwards.
But if it does, we'll jump in there with both feet as quickly as possible.
You flogged the wing. And the reversal says, we flogged the wing.
You flogged the wing. You flogged the wing.
You flogged the wing.
We flogged the wing. Now, what would that mean?
Okay, well, I wasn't too sure about that myself. And as you know, I've played some reversals on your program in the past that I haven't known what they've meant, and we've had people who have faxed in or emailed in with the answers. But this one I played on a program last week, and the announcer on the program, as soon as he heard that reversal, took quite a huge gasp, because he had claimed, he told me he attended a lecture the night before by some top general, and of course I don't have the name of that chap, but who had analysed the crash wreckage, and he claims that a missile impact had hit at the base of the wing. And so we flogged the wing to punish, or flogged is to harm, to beat.
I see.
And one more reversal coming up on the TWA 800, and I want you to listen very carefully as to what he's saying. Forwards, he says, we felt the necessity to stand up and talk about what we did.
We felt the necessity to stand up here and talk about what we did.
And reversal simply says, we assassinated.
We assassinated.
You assassinated. You assassinated.
And that's it.
See, I must tell you, I believe my ears, David, but I do not believe that we shot down. In other words, that statement, my God almighty, that statement is suggesting, obviously, that we shot down, we murdered our own people, shot down our own plane, and I must tell you, David, I don't believe that.
I have exactly the same struggles with that question as well. And, you know, I've had long talks with Richard Hoagland and other people about this, and I'm saying the same thing. Look, I'm hearing these reversals. They're as plain as day as far as I can tell. They're using the words we constantly. We don't serve the law. We'll beat the crime. We flogged the wing. We assassinated. And I'm going, what on earth? I mean, why?
I know. I'm absolutely willing to believe that a terrorist may have brought down this airplane with a missile. I'm willing to believe variations of that. I'm not willing to believe we killed that plane ourselves and those people. So maybe your reversals would indicate some compliance with a cover-up with regard to knowledge of who did do it. I can only hope.
That is a way you can interpret that we assassinated it, that may refer to the investigation, for example.
Perhaps so.
We'll beat the crime. We don't serve the law. I erase them. If it was shot down and there was a cover-up, then there's obviously a conspiracy to cover it up, and why that is so, I don't have the answers to that. I have got the tapes of the whole week hearing on TWA about that happened last week. I haven't even begun to look at those tapes yet, but I intend to look at them and try to get an answer to this mystery, because I know reverse speech very well. I've worked with this stuff for 14 years, and it has always validated itself in my work, in my therapeutic practice, in the cases I've done with the police, and so now I've got this tremendous mystery on my hands.
How many times, David, have you consulted with the police on a case quietly? I assume they don't do it very publicly.
No, well, I've done it twice in Australia and 3 times here in the States. So it hasn't been a many times on that level. In Australia, the 2 cases I worked on, in one case, the reversals revealed the locations of the murder weapons, and the police found exactly where that was. In another case, it was up in the state of Queensland. The police commissioner was suspected of drug running, and reversals revealed the name of a bank and branch in which he had funds. Wow. There was a case in Dallas where the reverse...
And that then led the police to that bank and the finding of those funds?
That is, along with other corroborating evidence, yes. And in point of fact, that case actually caused the whole state of Queensland government to collapse. There was actually a royal commission into the whole thing, and that one piece of evidence caused the ring of corruption throughout Queensland to...
All right, David, do you ever get reversals from songs, and I don't mean backmasking, but reversals from somebody who would sing a song?
Oh, sure.
Oh, sure. Well, then this would sure be one to go to work on. If you get a chance, I would appreciate it. This is my wife's favorite hunk of music. We'll bumper it to the bottom of the hour. I'm Art Bell.
I hate the world today. You're so good to me, I know, but I can't say. Tried to tell you, but you look at me like maybe I'm an angel underneath, innocent and sweet. Yesterday I cried. You must have been relieved to see the softer side. I can understand how you'd be so confused. I don't envy you. I'm a little bit of everything, all rolled into one.
And there are few guests that I have. I have a lot of scary guests, I do. But very few of them scare the hell out of me. Harlot did. So, David, what have we got on Harlot?
Well, Harlot scared the hell out of me too, Art. As you know, I've been flip-flopping on this one for a couple of weeks. I've just really haven't known what to make out of it. And this afternoon, when I prepared my final transcripts for the air tonight, it finally sunk home, and I got about 30 reversals to play on her, so I'd really like to play all of them. It communicates the whole point. Harlot is basically what she presents herself as being, quite frankly. And,
really?
These reversals will literally chill you to your bones.
Fire away.
They certainly have me. Okay, here we go.
But what we do practice the art of witchcraft. What I am on is a satanic 3rd or 4th generation earth witch.
And reversal on this one is, darling, this is nightmare.
Darling, it's a Batman. Darling, it's a Batman.
You hear that one okay?
Darling, this is nightmare. Yep.
Yep. A very nice, congruent statement to begin. She certainly appears to me what she's saying in that one.
Everybody's got to bear in mind the congruence here. In other words, these in reverse talk about the same sort of things that are being said forward. It may contradict or it may confirm, but it is congruent. It's undeniable. Go ahead, David.
Exactly correct. Okay, now she's talking about she wants an opportunity to meet, I think, some Wiccans who were in her town.
Oh, yes.
They know who it is now, and they have an opportunity, and I welcome the opportunity. I am not going to bicker. I will not get into a rambling discussion about irrelevant things.
No, she won't get into a rambling discussion. Reversal says, where's your gun? Why are you finished?
Where's no gun? May I finish?
And again?
Where's no gun? May I finish?
She's looking for a fight, you know.
Where's no gun? May I finish?
I sense that the whole time I talk to her, an undertone of real serious anger.
Oh, yeah. Very, very angry woman. And the next reversal just really goes to illustrate this. She's talking about the scriptures and Adam and Eve. She gets into some fairly deep theology throughout the whole interview.
If you go through your scriptures and you find out in the beginning with Adam and Eve and so forth and so on, their eyes were pretty much closed, only opened to what God wanted them to see at that point.
And reversal is they'll force the venom.
No forcing the venom. No forcing the venom. No forcing the venom.
Unusual pronunciation on venom. I almost didn't play it, but in the long run, obviously I decided to. Let's just run that just again once.
No forcing the venom.
Okay?
Close, not sure.
Right, that, like I said, a little bit unusual, but I thought it was significant enough to play.
All right.
This next one is fascinating. She was talking about a birthmark that she had on an intimate part of her, and this is quite a stunning reversal, and we'll run it forwards right now.
And it bothered quite a few people. That mark began to slowly disappear as I grow older. I still have it, but not in the fulfillment of that it was at birth.
And bear in mind, this was a birthmark.
Yeah.
And she says in reverse, how terrible, I'll get that rapist.
How terrible, I'll get that rapist.
God, that was clear.
I'll get that rapist.
Very clear, David.
Yeah, exactly right. Let's do it one more time.
How terrible, I'll get that rapist.
And then she says, serve my soul.
Serve my soul. Serve my soul. Serve my soul.
It would appear it really makes you wonder about the state of her soul.
Yes, it does.
And the mark and the rapist, who was the rapist? If the mark was on her body.
Does not surprise me.
Yeah. This next one is interesting. Talk about the quickening, and this will quite a fascinating reversal. This one, this one could bring many discussions. Let's run it forwards first.
I appreciate you, sir. I mean, when I first tuned into your show, and I remember well when you began talking, and you began talking about things that you call the quickening.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how right you are.
Okay, I'm going to play. There's two reversals here. I'm going to play them first, and then I want to talk briefly about what I think they mean.
All right.
A little bit unusual. The first one says the mirror suite.
Mirror suite. Mirror suite. Mirror suite.
Do you hear that one okay?
Yes, but I don't know what it means.
No, we'll play the next one, then I'll discuss it. The next one says, bring the world a mirror.
Bring the world a mirror. Bring the world a mirror. Bring the world a mirror.
Bring the world a mirror. That one I heard.
Yeah. Now, reverse speech talks a lot about mirrors and reflections, and literally one of the deeper themes of reverse speech is that the world in which we live is really a reflection of who we are. You know?
Yes.
And I've read your book, The quickening, and you talk about the acceleration of events and where society is heading.
Of course.
And literally, that is a mirror for who we are as we are quickening and increasing.
Yes.
She says the mirror's sweet. She likes this. She likes this quickening that is occurring, and it's a glorification of it. Let me run it again. Mirror sweet. Mirror sweet. And she wants it to continue. Bring the world a mirror. Bring the world a mirror. Bring the world a mirror. Okay?
Yep.
Does that make sense now with that explanation?
Sadly so, yes.
Yeah, and it's really a glorification of all of that. And this next reversal, I can only describe it as blasphemy in the ultimate sense, and I ran this one by you off the air this afternoon, if you remember. I rang you specifically.
I did, and it's okay.
Okay, well, here we go. She's talking about the words of Christ.
For many shall come unto me in that day, saying, Did I or did I not? Or did I do these things in thy name? Haven't I done all these great works in thy name? Haven't not I believed in you? And he shall say unto them, Leave me, you worker of lawlessness.
Now remember the reversal, I'll get that rapist. This one says, Got under thy man having a screw.
Got under thy man having a screw. Got under thy man having a screw.
You hear that one okay?
Too clearly, yes.
Yeah, we'll do it once more. Got under thy man having a screw. And that occurs right at the very end. This is actually on the words of Christ. I just want to run the end section again forward.
I believed in you, and he shall say unto them, Leave me, you worker of lawlessness.
So on the words of Christ, we have this, what I could only describe as a blasphemous statement.
Got under thy man having a screw.
Okay. Now, she's not all that, not her reversals were what I could call totally evil. There is a touch of kindness in her. This reversal really tugged at my heart, and I didn't really know exactly what it meant till we got to the end of the interview.
Well, I found myself 2 days later getting my bags packed from my grandmother's house.
And this was at what age?
And she's talking about, being moved from her family's house. And reversal, actually, now this is one of the ones that doesn't totally relate to what she's saying forwards. It says, be honest, want a son.
Yeah, I must want a son. Yeah, I must want a son.
Do you hear the emotion in that?
Yes, I do.
And it wasn't until the end of the interview that I discovered that she had a son who had died. And I think she's actually, this is her heartstrings being tugged. I'm going to play it again.
Yeah, I must want a son.
And again.
Yeah, I must want a son.
She said her ex-husband murdered her son. She said that she ensured, it was the most chilling moment of the entire interview, right at the very end, where she said her son, I said, Harlot, you're going to hell and you're comfortable with that, but had you considered that your son will be going to heaven while you're going to hell? And she paused and said, no. I took steps before my son was killed to ensure he would be in hell with me.
And, I want to play a reversal on that very section. I'm going to jump to the end of the transcript, okay?
Okay.
My mind, he has gone to hell. Right?
How can you say that? Why? Based on what?
Based on the simple fact that when he was born, I performed a certain ritual.
And she's telling the honest truth. Backwards, she says, I'll bless him with Satan. Oh, gosh.
I'll bless him with Satan?
That's what it says. That reversal sends chills down my spine.
Do that one again, please.
Yes.
And give me the whole forward thing. That one's bad.
I'm actually getting tears in my eyes playing this. I really get affected with reversals like I am on this.
And if that won't bring tears to your eyes, I interviewed Father Malachi Martin.
Yeah.
And I brought this up to him, and I said, "Good Lord, Father, how would it be possible that any adult could take a child and be sure and ensure a child would go to hell? And I expected him to say, well, of course, that could not be done.
Yeah.
Instead, he said, I'm sorry to tell you, Art, it could be done, has been done.
And, you know, I've got some reversals to play you on this that are even worse than this. It gets pretty rough towards the middle of the transcript. Let's run this whole forwards again. My palms are breaking out in a sweat.
Yeah, I know. I understand.
As I'm doing this.
In my mind, he has gone to hell. Right?
How can you say that? Why? Based on what?
Based on the simple fact that when he was born, I performed a certain ritual.
I want to make a statement here for the record. All I'm doing is analyzing these reversals. In no way do I endorse or agree with or in any sense at all want to be associated with these sentiments.
I understand, of course.
I just really need to say that, okay? And here it is again. I'll bless him with Satan.
Let's see it.
And the listeners at home, you might want to go and sit down and get something to calm your nerves on that one. We've got some worse ones coming up. But let's just play the other one earlier, the Be Honest, Want a Son. Let me just play that once again and just hear the emotions in this. So this woman is really deeply connected here. Be Honest, Want a Son, the one we played first.
Yeah, I must want a son.
But why does she want a son?
Yeah.
Okay, let's shake that one out of my system and we'll move on. This next one is one on you. And
a reversal on me.
Yeah, you'll like this one. You were obviously in the beginning of the interview weren't totally sure how to take this woman.
That's right.
Very interesting.
I
have interviewed, if you've been a listener to the program, you know I've interviewed Malachi Martin, a Catholic priest. Advisor to popes way up in the Catholic Church.
Reversal is, see if you're faking.
See if you're faking. See if you're faking.
See if you're faking.
See if you're faking.
Yep, that was you know what, David?
Yeah.
That's exactly what was on my mind at that point.
Welcome to the world of reverse speech, Art.
I swear to you folks, that is the exact truth. I was really treading through the waters carefully, and I wasn't sure whether I had the real thing on my hands or a fake. That's the truth.
Shall we just run that forwards again and backwards?
Yep.
Very interesting.
I
have interviewed, if you've been a listener to the program, you know I've interviewed Malachi Martin, a Catholic priest. Advisor to popes way up in the Catholic Church.
And reversal, see if you're faking.
See if you're faking. See if you're faking. See if you're faking.
And you know, what you just said bears out over and over and over again. There's not a week that goes by in my session work with my clients. You know, I use this in therapy, as you know, and there's not a week that goes by where I don't find reversals, where people say, oh my gosh, that's exactly what's going on. That is what I was thinking at the time I was speaking. And
well, it's always hard to. It's impossible to say that for somebody else and to know what they were thinking. You can see the congruence and between the forward and the reversal.
Right.
But in the case of my own speech, I can tell you, yes, definitely, without question, that is precisely what I was thinking at that moment.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on. This is another chilling reversal.
All right.
See, we conspire to gain vengeance for our master being cast out of heaven.
Very bizarre twist on this one. Satan, he will send love.
And
the word Satan's very quick. Do you hear that okay?
Satan, he will send love?
Yeah. Quite strange, because forwards you're talking about vengeance, unless she sees that the love of Satan is indeed vengeance. Let's run that forwards again.
See, we conspire to gain vengeance for our master being cast out of heaven.
Satan, he will send love. And once again, I really want to stress, in no way do I endorse this or approve of it. I'm just merely doing a reversal analysis.
Right. Well, David, rest. We're at the top of the hour. What it does, though, in a very chilling way, is once again point out that contextually, what you hear forward, in this case, I'm sorry to say, is and appears to be consistent again with what you hear in reverse. David Oates, and we are in the middle of reversals of Harlot, who I am convinced was a Satanist. David?
Yes, I'm convinced of that too. We've got about another 20 more to get through here, and then I've got some very important announcements to make after that. So let's just keep on going here, and then we'll talk about what's happening in the world of reverse speech.
All right.
All right, here we go. This is actually, I actually laughed at this one. She's talking about people who enter politics almost seem to have a Christian background.
Unless a political person who's wanting to get up into the hierarchy of politics and government control, if you will, almost seems to have a Christian background.
And she says, smiled, God mischief. In other words, the inference is they're using Christianity or the pretense of it to get to politics, and she likes that.
Sure.
God mischief.
Well, God mischief. Well, God mischief.
Okay?
Well, God mischief.
Yes, very much okay. Very easy to hear.
Pretty clear. Now, the next two are out of character. It's almost like every now and then she slips into this other mode, and she's not totally, completely congruent with her position. There is a side of her, and you'll see with this and a couple of other reversals that is not a Satanist through and through, and there's about 2 or 3 of these, but mostly, of course, there are this satanic type reversals. And I just want to point something out to you. You said something before the break about the congruent nature of reverse speech. I need to point out that in all the programs I've been on with you, never once have I played a reversal that has the word Satan in it. This is the very first time that has ever happened. And I want to say that to really stress the fact that this is not a reverse speech as such, is not a satanic occultic phenomenon. It is literally reading the minds or the unconscious of the person speaking. And this is the first woman who the first person I've analyzed who genuinely does profess to follow Satan. So I think that's an important point to make.
All right.
Okay.
It's unjustified. I think that as human beings, we are unfairly punished at the hands of a creator who is not perfect.
Now, this reversal seems to be almost sympathetic towards God. It says, cry, you've made him exhausted.
You
hearing that one okay?
No. Do it again, please.
Okay, let's do it again. No?
I'm having a hard time with that one.
Huh, how interesting. Okay. Do one more. Okay, all right. Well, there's normally one reversal each show I've done that you haven't been able to hear, so...
right.
So we'll just move on to the next one. And, it's an interesting point. And on that point, I don't claim to be 100% correct with this. I mean, it's an acquired skill that you learn as time goes on. I mean, I think my accuracy rate is fairly high.
So do I.
But, I mean, anyone who claims they're 100% correct needs to go and have a serious self-examination. This is an interesting reversal about Jesus himself.
Jesus said, every time I say that name, he said, the Father in heaven knoweth all.
And the reversal says, hell, and I was scared to meet him. That there's no H on the him. I was scared to meet him.
Oh, that's very clear. Very, 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 very clear, yes.
Yeah, very significant reversal So, you know, she's not as tough as she wants to pretend. There's a fear there. I mean, she talks about wanting to burn in hell and wanting to reject Christ and wanting the second death. But this reversal has fear. It really does. Let's run that forwards again and reverse because it's so significant.
Jesus said, every time I say that name, well, he said, for the Father in heaven knoweth all.
And hell, and I was scared to meet him.
I was scared to meet him.
Okay, all right.
Boy, clear.
Very clear. Now she's, the next one, she talks about going to churches and sitting in the congregations, and we get back to the harlot who we have come to know on your program, and some of her motives. That was the, and here we go.
I have went into churches, like I said, I've been coast to coast, and I have been to these churches, and I have sat in their congregations. I have become active in their churches.
But reversal says she was, before she's saying she was active in the churches, but backwards she says fed massacre.
Fed massacre. Fed massacre. Fed massacre.
So, you know, part of her motivation to massacre or destroy the Christian faith, I would imagine.
Yep.
This next one's just an incidental reversal. There's no real significance to it. It just reverse speech will often give extra information behind an act someone is performing or something they're talking about.
He's in the war room, what we call the black room, right now.
The black room.
That's where we practice unholy arts.
Okay, that's where we practice unholy arts. And backwards she says we wore Saturn. I guess this is some ritual they're performing.
We wore Saturn. We wore Saturn.
Okay?
Strikingly clear.
Yeah. And,
we wore Saturn, no question about it.
When we're in their unholy room. Now, the next reversal is on you, and I think about this time you're really wondering how serious this woman is, and that's one of the reasons why you sent me this tape and was really quite anxious to get the reversals on this.
That's right. I just shivered. You have hitchhiked across the country spreading evil in what form, Harlot?
And reversal is need oats.
Need oats. Huh. Need oats. Need oats. Need oats. Actually, you know, again, David, you can believe that I was thinking of that almost all through the show.
Oh, really?
That this is a Class A candidate for reversal, you bet.
Yeah, well, there it is. It came out in your reversals. And, you know, and on that point, I want you to note that the reversals I played on you, you totally connect with. You were aware of thinking and feeling that at the time.
Correct.
And that also applies to the reversals on the other people that we are playing. We are actually accessing their thought processes. And it really is how reverse speech works. Quite an amazing technology, I'm sure you'll agree.
I do agree. Are we, how far through this?
Oh, well, we have a few more to go yet. Do you want me to just rush through them or pick out the highlights?
I'll pick out the highlights of what you've got on Harlot.
Okay, all right. We'll skip some of these. The rest of them are on the website, and Keith Rowland's got the new site up. You still can't get it from my old address, reversespeech.com.
It's all right. I have already checked, David, and if people will go to my website right now, www.artbell.com, scroll down to the guest area and click on your name, they will be taken immediately to the new website. It's a beaut. Everything Keith Rowland does is a beaut.
It's just fantastic. I'm just so grateful to Keith, and the entire Harlot transcript is up there, plus TWA 800. There's some reversals there for the new British listeners. I've just debuted in England on the largest talk show in England on talk radio. It got just tremendous response, been inundated with email, the station inundated with letters, and I know many of the British people are listening to your show tonight. Okay, here we have another soft side of Harlot.
That's not the grand scheme of things. God needs an opposer. God needs it, or he would have never existed to begin with.
But reversal says, mend little wee heart within.
Mend the wee heart within. Mend the wee heart within. Mend the wee heart within.
What does that mean, though?
Well, her little wee heart. See, this is a part of her that's scared of meeting Christ. Hell, and I was scared to meet him. Be honest, I want a son. And there's a small part of her deep down inside, the little wee heart, the real soft, genuine Harlot or Patsy, I would choose to call that part Patsy, that really does exist. And she wants that fixed. She wants that little wee heart inside of her mended. And that's exactly what it means. She's not evil through and through. Mind you, a large proportion of her is. But very interestingly, just as she says that reversal about mend the little wee heart within, she actually lashes out again with a completely opposite statement just a few seconds later.
He was allowed to do that because even in God's makeup of what he is, in his existence, in his essence, I find him to be more than just jealous now.
And then she says, say, eat hell again.
Say, eat hell again. Say, eat hell again.
You can hear the anger in that voice.
Yes, you certainly can.
Yeah. We'll just play a few, just about 3 or 4 more. I'm just running through, picking up some highlights, what I think are significant reversals.
Sure.
In this case, she talks about getting up in front of a congregation and talking about God. And we're just bringing that file up now, and we have it, and here it is.
If I had to get up in front of a congregation and preach about God, I would. If that meant, in the end of it all, upholding Satan in the end.
And reversal is name that trick.
Name that trick. Name that trick. Name that trick.
Wondering who else is performing that trick on our pulpits too. It makes you wonder, you know.
Yes.
She got very excited when a Wiccan ran in, and I got a couple of reversals on some of your callers. But here is when the Wiccan ran. When the Wiccan called in, she says this forwards.
Well, I'm not talking about church. I'm a practicing Wiccan.
Oh, goodness, would you please come visit me? Can I give you my address? I would like to see you, sir.
And then she says, begin to serve my grief with defended warlock. Very long reversal. Can you hear that one okay?
Yes, clearly, warlock, yes.
Yeah, and this woman is looking for help. You know, mend my wee heart and a defended warlock. This is a reversal on the caller that really quite stunned me when I heard it. And Christians need to take great note of this whole program.
I'm on the other side. I'm a believer in God. I totally 100% praise Jesus' name.
But where he says, I totally praise Jesus' name, backwards he says, that man is the beast.
That man is the beast.
That
man is the beast.
That man is the beast was as clear as could be.
And this is what he says forward. Let me play the forwards again.
Totally 100% praise Jesus' name.
And, you know, I mean, I don't want to make a statement on this, so the reversal speaks for itself. You know, we need to examine our belief systems very closely.
That man is the beast. That man is the beast.
I don't even want to touch that one.
No, but I wasn't going to play it, but several people suggested I should, so I did. You know, and we're almost out here. I'm just picking up a couple more of the highlights. She talks here about inflicting pain on her own body. We'll run that.
I love pain. I inflict pain on my own body, and it motivates me well.
And reversal built me up. Only speaks for itself.
Built me up. Built me up.
Yes, we are.
Okay, let's just look at two more reversals, directly connected to the Christian church, I think. This one is, she's talking about the, oh no, this is actually another caller who called in. She's talking about the church as an entity. She doesn't agree with 90% of the churches.
In an entity, the church as a central location is, how should I say this with tact? I don't agree with 90% of the so-called churches in the world today.
And reversal is Satan shackle.
Satan shackle. Satan shackle.
I mean, and there's and there's an argument that can be made that that the church structure, well, you know, I don't want to get into that either. We'll just
absolutely too congruent for my taste.
Yeah, you know, actually, I'm probably one side of me you don't know, Art, is I'm a prolific author. I've written probably at least 15 books in my lifetime. Only two of which are published. I've written a series of science fiction novels, and there's one book I wrote about 5 years ago called Apostasy and Golden Pulpits that goes into the analysis of the church system, the church structure, and part of the conclusion I come up with is that it really is a Satan shackle, because we've all been caught in this structure. So, and just one last reversal, and this is a reversal on you, right at the end of the program as you signed off, and this is it for Harlot.
I think that it did Christians a great service to hear this.
And reversal, it's a verse. In other words, it's a spiritual message.
It's the verse. It's the verse. It's the verse.
And there we go, my friend.
Well, that's enough for me.
It's enough for me too. This is, of all the projects you have given me to do reversals on, ranging from NASA to Victor to, I mean, we've done a lot over the year. This was the toughest one I've had to do. I really had to force myself to go to the tape player to do it. As you know, you asked me a few weeks ago, and it's taken me a long time to get to it, because it's just been a tough one to do. See, when you do tapes, when you're actually doing the reversals, as much as you try to be objective and not get into it, unfortunately you really do. The reversals take on a life of their own sometimes, and I find myself deeply affected by some of these reversals. And
how could you not be? All right, David, hang tight. We're at the bottom of the hour. That, folks, was Harlot, and that was enough for me. How about you? We will take some calls, and we will get ready, because, boy, have I got something for you. It occurred, actually, fortunately, I know exactly when it occurred, during the reversals of Harlot. And just before the bottom of the hour, the weirdest thing that I've ever seen just happened. Get ready. If you have access to the internet, let me tell the audience, we have on my website something called a webcam. I have 3 cameras in my studio. 1, 2, 3. And one takes a side shot, one takes a front shot, and one takes a shot from, not quite in reverse, but toward the back of the room, toward the front of the studio. Let's see, this shot that I'm talking about now would have been the side shot. It was taken at, according to this, 1:26 and 21 seconds. In other words, about 10 minutes ago. And, you know, I have a monitor here, and we were getting these reversals on Harlot, and I happened to glance up at my own photograph, the one it took, and I said, what in the hell is that? And I quickly reached over and froze the photograph and stopped the sequence. And I called Keith during the break here, Keith Rowland, my webmaster, and I said, Keith, would you do me a favor and take a look at that photograph? Now, I'm a smoker, all right? I smoke cigarettes, and I don't apologize for it. All the anti-smokers, you can go pound dirt. I smoke. That's the way it is. Maybe one day I'll quit, I don't know. But I was not smoking in this photograph. And there is... Oh, God. If you look at this photograph of me, around the whole top part of my head, there is something utterly indecipherable. Had I been smoking, you would have seen the trail of smoke, obviously, going up there. I've had Keith save this photograph. You go see what you think of it yourself. It's the damnedest thing I've ever seen. I just barely caught it and froze it. Again, this photograph was taken by my webcam at 1:26 and 21 seconds, 12/19/97, because we've got the date stamp and the time stamp at the bottom. You go take a look at that yourself. Go to my website right now. And David Oates, if you happen to be out there and you can get on the web, do it now. Go to www.artbell.com. And I think what's happening is right now we're really loading up on the server. Take a look at that photo. If you don't get it now, I'm going to leave that there tonight. I'm not going to turn the live cam back on right now. I'm going to leave that up. So go take a look at that photograph. It was just taken, and it is... Get up there and take a look. On the left-hand side, you'll see Studio Cam. Just click on it, and you'll see that photograph, I hope, if we haven't created too much congestion on the net. It's freaky. Really freaky. Absolutely Fresh Flowers is... Here's an...
I am, and looking at that photo, that's pretty creepy. You know, and I got to tell you, I've had some... The last 4 weeks of my life have been absolutely bizarre, and I don't know whether that's connected with doing the reversals on this tape or not, but I've had tensions and chaos for no reason, just spring up out of nowhere. Strange odors in my house. It's been very bizarre. I'm very glad to be done with this Harlot tape. I can tell you.
I am too. I mean, look at the time. Look at the time of that, 1:26:21 Pacific time. And how would you account for that?
There is no way you can account for it that I can see. It's I've learned over the years to not underestimate. There is a whole other world out there that we have very little contact with, and some of the deeper levels of reverse speech get down and explain that.
Go back once more, just once more for me. There's one I want you to play. It is the most profound moment I thought of that whole show, when she was talking about her baby who was dead, and that she had ensured he would go to hell.
Right. Yeah. I just went and grabbed the transcript to find the file.
And then we'll be done.
Yeah. Okay. That's probably the most significant reversal of all.
Significant part of the whole program, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Okay. So here that is.
In my mind, he has gone to hell. Right?
How can you say that? Why? Based on what?
Based on the simple fact that when he was born, I performed a certain ritual.
And reversal is, I'll bless him with Satan. I mean, you know, that really sums up the whole interview, I think.
Yeah, I'm really very glad to be done with that. David, there are going to be a lot of people who have all the normal questions about reverse speech who are just hearing it tonight for the first time.
Yep.
David, how would people email you?
Well, they can email me at backwards@reversespeech.com. backwards@reversespeech.com. You can also phone my office at 1-800-669-5789. That's 800-669-5789. Sometimes that line gets jammed, and if it's jammed, you can call through on our main number, which is 760-732-3097. Either of those two numbers will get me 800-669-5789 or 760-732-3097. I've received a couple of emails since I've been on the air, one of them requesting reversing machines. We do sell the equipment to find reversals. We actually have just brought out a brand new machine. They actually hit our office tomorrow morning. They were shipped yesterday. It's a machine with a built-in speed control and counter, a built-in speaker. It's just really a fantastic machine, and we'll have them as of tomorrow. A couple of announcements I'd like to make. I'm lecturing in Portland on Saturday night. I believe we're practically sold out on that. I know it's. I know there's a few hundred people attending. You call my office for details on that. I also have my annual reverse speech convention that's coming up on January the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th. That's in the Los Angeles Arboretum. Richard Hoagland will be there, as well as Dennis Gersten, who has recommended me to the Nobel Committee, a fascinating, riveting speaker. Eldon Taylor will be there too, who you've had on Dreamland.
Oh yes,
talking about subliminal messages, and we're going to look at some of the connections between that. But the prime reason for the convention is I'm really throwing reverse speech open. I've held on to this very tightly for many years, and but my baby has come of age now, and I want to form a committee and a research organization. There's a whole bunch of reverse speeches out there now. There's new reverse speech websites springing up all the time, and I really like to make an appeal to all those people out there doing reverse speech. Let's all get together and pool our resources, because together, if we're combined, we can make a strong impact, and I am willing to and ready to let reverse speech go and bring us all together, and that's all going to be happening at the convention in January 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And once again, you can call my office at 1-800-669-5789 for the convention, the Portland lecture, to inquire about reversing machines, books, tapes, videos, etc., etc.
All right.
Thank you for the opportunity to say that, Art.
All right. You're welcome. Listen, I'm kind of shaken up, actually, by that stupid picture. David, take up the rest of the time through the top of the hour with playing what you would consider just some of your classic, all-time reversals.
Well, I've got some of the NASA ones up on the site now, up on my computer now to play next. So let's just play some of them.
All right.
I'll just pick and choose and float around.
All right. Now, these were two gentlemen I had, public relations people for NASA, who came on my program and answered many questions about the face on Mars, Richard Hoagland's research, though they didn't particularly want to mention his name. We covered those subjects, and that's what you're going to hear now.
Right, okay. Well, the first one I want to play is they're talking about Hubble telescope, and they're talking about the funding and how they allocate funding and some of the projects they want to work on in the future.
Right.
Well... Okay, you press the play button and nothing happened.
The selection of tickets to use Hubble is made by committees, peer-reviewed committees of other astronomers who come to Baltimore, meet at the Institute. They sort through the proposals, make their recommendations to our director.
And in reverse, okay, so they're talking about funding for Hubble, but there's also some other funding they're wanting to pursue according to the reversal, and the reversal says what's locked up with their starship. This needs to be known.
That's very clear.
Extremely clear. My question is, what starship? What on earth is he talking about?
You know, the one that probably struck me more than any other was they were talking about the face on Mars.
Right.
And the reversal, if I recall correctly, contained the word Cydonia.
Right.
Now, that is totally, utterly impossible unless reverse speech is real. Cydonia is not a word that would pop up out of garble. No way in hell.
And in point of fact, I have never heard the word Cydonia in reverse speech except for this one occasion, and it still remains the only occasion I've heard Cydonia. And for those listeners who don't know, the face on Mars is located in the region known as Cydonia. So here he is talking about mapping the surface of Mars.
Shortly after it got there, when the mapping began that year, Viking Orbiter 1 sent back the picture, and somebody noticed it on there, and it's kind of a neat thing.
And a reversal, where involved with Cydonia?
Very modest,
Very modest, You know, and this is a NASA spokesman who claims they've got no interest in the face of Mars or the Cydonia region, but here it is in their own word.
Very modest,
Very modest.
Impossible.
Right. Exactly correct. Exactly correct. And, you know, there's the Mars missions, too, is not exactly, according to the reversals, what it appears to be. And I need to point out, too, that a lot of the stuff I've found on NASA has been independently corroborated by Richard Hoagland's research.
Correct.
Just adds even more credibility to this whole field. And here they are still talking about the face on Mars.
This feature that looks like a face, I believe, is about a mile across.
Okay.
And it's way below Hubble's resolution. The resolution we have is good for sort of global monitoring of Mars and sort of looking at Mars as a weather satellite would look at Earth.
And the reversal is here, we're riding a shielded vessel, talking about the mission to Mars that at this stage hadn't yet landed.
We're riding a shielded vessel. We're riding a shielded vessel. We're riding a shielded vessel.
Now, I had no idea what that reversal meant, but if you go to Richard Hoagland's site at enterprisemission.com, he's got some stunning photographs there that really probably answer well.
We're riding a shielded vessel. David, I just received something that I need to pass on to you.
Yes.
With regard to the FBI reversal on Flight 800, remember the line, we flogged the wing?
Yes.
From Greg in Seattle, Art, flogging, in quotes, is advertising/business vernacular. It means roughly to aggressively sell or support or to push a particular product, ad, concept, or position.
Huh. We flogged the wing.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm a little bit lost on how that connects.
Well, in other words, they're spinning it.
Oh, right. Okay. Yep. I think that's exactly what's happening. You know, and I've received several emails since I've been on the air. Let me read just one of them. David, that was an outstanding reversal on the TWA 800 on Art's show just now. I think you may be right. Something is terribly wrong. It appears our government was part of something very evil. That is sad. And that was just one comment from the TWA reversal.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, quite amazing stuff. Let's look at a couple more of these NASA reversals. This is about the face on Mars.
You don't have a whole lot of pixels covering it, so, you know, these aren't the best pictures that you can make some kind of a determination.
And they obviously wonder what's going on there. Now, this is two reversals I've got back to back here. So there's actually, normally there's a little bit of gibberish separating these reversals, but I've just spliced it. This one says, worst thing, are they hiding a fort? It's two reversals with just a second or two of gibberish in between them.
Worst thing, are they hiding a fort? Worst thing, are they hiding a fort?
And, it's a question, the worst thing, worst possible case scenario. What is there on the face of Mars? Who are they? Are they hiding a fort? It just raises all sorts of interesting questions. And let's just look at one more reversal on that line. And if we've got time, we can look at some other Mars reversals. We had some classic ones over the years, over the months. This next one is also about the face on Mars, and we're just loading that up right now. And here we go.
And for the record, I think it's interesting that if you look at some Mars pictures, you find Kermit the Frog and a couple smiley faces on Mars. So personally, I've never been convinced with this.
I see. And this reversal says, these ships are on it, but nobody's getting answered. What ships?
What ships, indeed?
Indeed, what starship? I mean, there's a whole bunch of questions here that need to be answered. And I was really thrown into this whole Mars UFO business. Cold. I really was, and had no idea what I was finding, or had no idea what was going on, and my whole research into this has uncovered this incredible extra scenario that's going on. There's a whole other intent, a whole other field of knowledge and research that the public certainly isn't being told about, that strongly hints at I don't know how to say this, but contact with UFOs and ETs, knowledge of other civilizations or past civilizations on Mars, just a whole bunch of unanswered questions that must be answered as time goes on. And let's look at a couple more. These are some of the Mars conferences. There's the classic reversal, of course, that caused a lot of commotion at the Richard Hoagland conference in Pasadena, where the infamous Man in Black incident occurred.
All right, go right ahead.
Then set even greater land distance rover records on Mars by going a full 6 meters in autonomous fashion, as will be described later, over to this region behind these two rocks named Calvin and Hobbes.
Two reversals here. The first one says, reveal the dark city.
Reveal the dark city.
Yeah, now when I found that reversal, I had absolutely no idea what that meant. And I've since, of course, become quite good friends with Richard Hoagland, as you know, and he's got some stunning reversals on his photos on his website that appear to show the remains of a city.
All right. We've just about blown this hour totally away. So what I would like to do is hold on to you, David, and when we come back, I would like to let the audience ask you some questions. We'll intersperse further reversals. Maybe they've got requests, because I know you've got a big file. So how about we open the lines?
Oh, sure. I love taking calls.
All right. To David Oates, David John Oates. David, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Getting inundated with emails here. I've never received so many emails ever on any of your programs. I've got one here that's a thought on the photograph on your website, okay? This is from Dennis Gersten. He's going to be lecturing at my conference. He says, I believe the effect on his studio cam is what is called a thought form, something well studied by the Theosophists at the turn of the century, is something that I discussed in detail in my book. That is, I believe this mystical light shown over Art's brow is being generated by his thoughts, although they may be generated by the powerful thoughts of others. So it's just an interesting comment.
Well, you know, David?
Yes.
I don't even know I don't even know right now that I want to talk about it much more.
We'll stop it.
Let's go to the phones, all right?
Okay.
First-time caller line, you're on the air with David Oates. Hi.
Yes, Art, how you doing? The best of holidays to you and your family. David, you as well.
Thank you, sir.
Where are you?
I'm in the heart of the gold country. This is JT in the heart of the gold country.
What is the heart of gold country?
The Sierra Nevadas, Grass Valley, California.
Very good.
A question for David, first off.
Yes.
If I were to join you at the end of January, pay the money, take your course, satisfy all your requirements, would it be possible for me to receive the accreditation from you without signing your code of ethics?
Oh, very good question. The code of ethics is being completely revamped right now.
Can you explain a little bit the need for it that you feel?
Well, reverse speech as such is a very dangerous technology.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I would think that would be the exact reason you would want to eliminate something like that, which is limiting the people that can help you and help protect you in a time when you could be in danger.
I think you're absolutely correct. The way the code of ethics has been worded in the past has been limiting, and I'll put that on the topic at the convention. The answer to your question is yes. I think there has to be some protection for privacy, though. I really, if I was to want anything in the code of ethics, it would be to protect the privacy of private conversations.
I would think there's many examples, Sony with Beta, Apple computers, to try to limit the technology, the discovery, I think would only hinder you in your progress with this. Yeah. One more question.
I'm very open to that suggestion, by the way.
Good. Well, good, because that gets me closer to getting the accreditation that I need to move further with what I'm doing with it. And that would be a great help to me.
Yeah, I would say generally the answer to that question would probably be yes.
Okay.
But that's one of the topics we'll be discussing at the convention.
Well, that's good to hear. One more thing. Jimmy Joe, our Area 51 pilot, I did reversals on him, and I have a package together that now that I've contacted you, Art, and David, maybe you too, I'll send them off to you now that you know who I am. I believe Jimmy Joe, given the nature of your program, Art, and the nature of your listeners, I view Jimmy Joe as a hero. I believe that he did what he said he did. The reversals that I got off of his conversation with you all the way up to the end were as hair-raising as anything that I've heard transpire to this point, and that's my feelings on that particular situation. The caller where your show went down, from my reversals on him, I viewed him as a fraud, not necessarily as somebody without the power to knock your radio station out or your satellite out, but somebody who,
of course,
they both have reversals that are the same. In the caller, I'm convinced that his original call was so spastic he was trying to avoid being reversed, is my feelings on it. And one reversal I pulled out from that original phone call was flip for head side up. Or wait a minute, I got it right in front of me here.
Yeah, I wish I could comment on that. I can't get access to that file right now. My jazz drive crashed with all that data.
But anyway, what I had come across was flip for head side up, and it was the same reversal that I got off of one of Steve's. In other words, they had the same unique phrase, both on the caller where the air went dead and on Steve, and which it was the exact same phrase, and led me to believe that maybe these two guys know each other outside of their time traveling, so to say.
All right, my friend. Thank you very much for the call. Wildcard line, you're on the air with David Oates. Hi.
Hi. Merry Christmas to you both.
And
Merry Christmas to you too.
I'm the caller that called in during the Harlot conversation that you did the reversal on, where it said that man is the beast.
Right. Oh, good. Maybe you can help shed some light on that.
Whoa, geez, I wish I could. The only thing that it kind of baffles me because it's kind of like I don't know, it's really freaking me out because I really honestly searched, like right after you played that, I searched inside and I was thinking like, what, how could I possibly be thinking that in terms of what I said?
Right.
And the only thing that seems to make sense, because even when I was just first starting to research the Bible and Jesus Christ and everything else, I found him to be a remarkable man. I found him to be a man of total peace in every way. So, even before I believed anything about God, it was, I never had any kind of offensive thoughts about him. So it really confused me. And the only thing I can think of is when I came onto the program, one of the biggest things that, was going through my head at the time was that, I'm confronting, the devil in a sense.
Yeah.
Because I really believe this woman to be, a Satan worshiper, and I am not, by any stretch of the imagination. So it's really freaking me out. I'd also like to add that I really 100% believe, that this technology is definitely going to make a lot of headway as well, in how we examine ourselves and so forth. I believe that we have to have some communication with our brain in some way while we're speaking, because, when we're speaking, we don't hear that inner voice that we all hear. It goes away.
Yeah.
It's like we open up our brains and so I kind of thought after hearing the first program with you on that possibly maybe because we're opening up our brains and we're exuding information out, that somehow maybe when we're speaking we're also communicating back to the brain.
Just to help you with that reversal, but I want to tell you something that happened to me many, many years ago. When I first started doing reverse speech, I was fairly active in churches. I was a youth pastor, and I had some reversals on me, this was probably back in 88, 89, that really slammed my whole belief system. It was devastating to me, absolutely devastating. I went into shutdown for several months. It caused me to completely rethink my whole approach to life and my faith, and reverse speech is not easy. When you get down to the deeper levels, it's like a two-edged sword that pierces your soul, and it really causes us to rethink things. I don't see, and also too, it's difficult to draw a argument just based on one reversal. You could actually be referring to Satan in that reversal, but
well, I'm not as bold as to say that, I'm not looking to, I guess, make certain excuses, but I did feel the need right away to speak with you because one of the questions I had wanted to ask you was, did you find any other reversals during that period? Huh?
What, are you talking about on your phone call?
Yeah.
No, that's the only one that I can recall finding. I didn't look at it very closely. I was primarily concerned with Harlot's reversals, but that one just, as I was running it back, I heard it and it just stuck out at me, Reverse, I've been through the dark night of the soul with this stuff, and it's shown me all my skeleton in the closet, and it's hard to deal with. It really is, and I take my clients through this in my practice all the time. It's a side of me that probably never gets talked about on the show, but it's reverse speech is tough. It really is. It really forces us to examine ourselves very closely.
All right, caller.
Can I just add one thing for you on the topic of this El Nino?
Yes.
I'm calling from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada.
Oh.
Usually when we, this is like just right above Fargo. Usually at this time of the year, we're under about 3 feet of snow. Well, we had rain yesterday, and you can still see the grass.
You've got to be kidding.
I'm not joking.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with David Oates. Where are you, please?
This is Troy in Columbia, Missouri. Good morning, Art.
Good morning, sir.
How are you? I had a thought on the reverse speech that was played earlier where they said, we flogged the wing.
Right.
I was listening to that, and it sounded to me like they almost said, we flubbed the wing. which would indicate maybe a suppression or distortion of some kind of evidence that they might have found on a piece of the wing. I thought that might be significant, particularly if it was a surface-to-air missile that brought the plane down, because sometimes they have a proximity fuse, and an explosion could have sent shrapnel into the center fuel tank and into the wing as well. Which
that's certainly correct, yes.
Yeah, which might have left some telltale evidence there. So.
Yeah, I think it's probably difficult to really come to a definite conclusion on any one specific reversal. I think the overall trend of it, though, is that we're not being told the whole story. Something is certainly being hidden. I don't think there's any doubt about that based on the reversals that I've found so far.
I certainly agree with you there, David. And I'd like to mention, by the way, I went to reversespeech.com, and I had always been extremely skeptical about this kind of thing, and all it took was one visit there, and I was an absolute believer.
Yep.
Those sound files that you have there will make anyone a believer, so I recommend anyone go there.
All right. Thank you very much. And the new website is available only through mine momentarily. That will eventually change. But right now, to get to David's new website, you've got to go up through www.artbell.com, scroll down to David's name, David John Oates, and click on it, and it'll take you to the brand new website. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with David Oates.
Yes. Good evening, gentlemen.
Hi.
Good evening.
David, Art, how you doing?
I'm freaked out. David's okay.
Yeah, I'm doing fine so far.
Outstanding show, gentlemen. Very freaky. I heard your the picture on the website. Supposedly, I jammed next door to punch you up on the website, looked at the picture, and very interesting.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting.
Yeah.
I have a question and a statement. The question is, do you think possibly reversing maybe, let's say, would work in gambling? Let's say, like reading, like the horses, reading the thing from the horses saying so and so will finish this way, so and so will finish that way.
I've got a client of mine who brings me tapes from her stockbroker to do reversals on it. She comes in once a week, and based on the reversals I've found, she's made some extremely successful investments, and I'm moving in that direction.
Interesting. And I do have a statement also. I have a friend of mine that's probably listening here in Phoenix. By the way, my name is Brian. Make sure that she knows who I'm talking about. I'll use a first name. Her name is Madison, and I would like to say, hey, what are you doing? Are you listening? Are you enjoying the show? I told her all about the reversals with Harlot and David, and I hope she enjoyed the show. And
well, I hope you did too, caller. Thank you. And trying to rack up points with a girl, I don't know. Cheesy. East of the Rockies, you're on there with David Oates. Hello.
Well, Merry Christmas, Art, and Merry Christmas, Mr. Oates.
Thank you. Where are you?
This is Pam in Memphis.
Okay.
I had two thoughts about reversals. The guy that was just talked about, he just couldn't understand his own reversal. As soon as that was played, he was thinking about how could anybody, be on the side of the beast. And I really feel like he was, thinking about Satan, about this lady, and he really did believe she was that. The other one where Harlot says something about something out there. To me, it sounded like she's saying, yes, this is out there, meaning Satanists and witchcraft.
Which
so it sounded like
reversal?
me, it's out there.
I'm not sure which reversal you're referring to on that one.
It's one of the first ones on Harlot.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, there were how many? 30? Something like that?
About 30 odd. It's hard to pinpoint that down.
All right, we'd have to go back and review that, man. Thank you very much. David, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour once again. Strange night. Well, I'll tell you, I've had a few strange nights nights in broadcasting. And this one goes down as one of those. Anyway, don't forget tomorrow night.
Okay, I've got a couple of things I need to comment on. I'm just getting inundated with emails here. They're just pouring in. A lot of questions about reverse speech software. We have a beta version out now of the software that will actually turn the computer into a reversing machine. This will be demonstrated at the convention in Los Angeles on January the 2nd and 3rd.
All right, now so that everybody understands what you're talking about, this software, if I understand it correctly, looks through a long forward speech section, identifies where the reverse speech is. Is that correct?
That is the stage 2 software. That is not released yet, but that software is well in the progression. Point of fact, I had some update on that today, and what that version does is, yes, that reversals have a very unique tonal signature to them. I mean, as you can hear when I play them on the air, very melodious sing-song rhythmy tone to them.
Right.
With the software will detect that same tonal signature backwards in speech. So you'll be able to run it. You'll be able to load a WAV file into your computer, put the software on, and it will actually find that characteristic tonal signature. It will not translate it for you, but it will find it, which will reduce the workload substantially.
Sure.
That software is still not ready to be released yet. The software that is being released now will actually turn the computer into a reversing machine with instant forwards and backwards and speed control and automatic dumps. That will be demonstrated at the Reverse Speech Convention. You can also call the office at 1-800-669-5789 to get further information on that. That should be out by January 2nd and 3rd.
All right, and again, your email address?
Is backwards@reversespeech.com.
All right.
And for that or the software, we also have a new machine out, fully enclosed, speed control enclosed, speakers enclosed.
I'm on the air?
You're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
And David. John.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very good. And I don't know, I'm a little nervous here, but I want to say that
ever since
I first heard your first interview, it's changed my life. It's changed, I really believe in it. And, let's see. I want to ask you, David, you mentioned something about Portland, I believe, this weekend.
Yes, I'm lecturing in Portland on Saturday night at 7 o'clock. That's actually located at the Portland Conference Center. There's a number to call. That's area code 503.
Yes.
237-3293. I would recommend you call immediately. I know they're practically sold out.
That's what I heard you say, and I already left a message on your 800 number, and I'm very much wanting to be there.
Right. That will be followed up by a 2-day workshop in the middle of January sometime. We haven't quite set the date for that yet. We'll just field the questions on Saturday night and see what happens. Look, thank you so much for the kind words about reverse speech. I get those sort of comments frequently. People consider this a life-changing phenomenon.
Oh, very much so.
It certainly changed mine.
and I just sent a package down to your school, if that's the right word.
Right.
And I don't know whether it means anything, but I have done hundreds and hundreds of hours, and so much energy has gone into it, and I thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Are you one of my correspondence students?
Not yet, but I really...
Do the wild thing at 702-727-1295. I've got to cut that out. We don't allow last names on there. Sorry about that.
That's why I said Jones, Art.
Oh, I see. Well, all right.
That's a quick response.
All right.
Anyway, I'm going to get off there, and I say thank you.
All right. Take care.
Thank you very much. Just on that point, my next training class begins the last weekend of January in-house. We also have correspondence courses available as well, just to follow up on
Okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with David Oates. Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Where are you?
I was listening to the other caller and wasn't sure if I was up next or what.
You're up now. Where are you?
I'm in Edinburgh, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
My name's Aaron.
Aaron, hi.
Well, first, hi, Dave.
Hi, how are you?
Will say that I'm pretty much convinced, but I have a hard time with taking the reverse speech in beyond to the point where you would be able to prove that this is, like, say, you get a reverse on someone and you say, well, this is what their subconscious is actually saying.
Right.
I have a hard time taking it to that point and saying, well, this is actually proof, because how can you ever really prove that was actually what they were thinking? But that's not really why I called. That's just kind of how I feel about the issue at this point. But
well, there's nothing wrong with healthy skepticism. Unless we constantly question, we can never learn and grow,
Mm-hmm. My question actually is kind of involves art a little bit to help me dig up the exact incident here, but I was kind of drifting in and out of sleep the other night, and you were having a weird occurrence line or something like that.
Oh yes, uh-huh.
And somebody called, and I don't remember exactly what he was dealing with. I think he was saying something about Area 51. He used to work there or something.
Yes.
And you commented that, this is the only thing I really remember, other than his voice, that he was pretty much saying and corroborating something that Colonel Corso.
That's right.
Said. Do you remember that guy?
Yes, I do.
Well, I just wanted to say that his voice sounded to me almost exactly like the guy who got you knocked off the air. Like the quality of his voice. I just thought that might be kind of important if anybody else thought that, and if you wanted to reverse that to see what was up with that.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. There are a lot of people who have thought they've heard that voice. Those high tonal qualities are pretty distinctive. Wildcard line, you're on the air with David Oates. Hi.
Hello. This is your man in black, Area 51 time traveler by the name of Steve. I'm back. How y'all doing?
Steve.
Oh, yeah. The last guy was talking about me, but I can assure you I don't know Brian of Philadelphia. We have never met, but I know a lot more about that.
Hi, Steve. I've listened to you both forwards and backwards.
Yes, I have something to say to you very important Mr. Oates.
Yes.
I don't hold anything against you for anything that you've ever reversed. I wanted you to know that, first of all.
Okay, thank you.
And if those men in black are giving you any trouble, well, after December the 31st, it won't be my fault anymore.
And why is that?
Because as of January 1st, I will no longer be a mission commander for the Men in Black. From that day forward, I will be the permanent lifetime spokesperson on Earth for the Supreme Commandant, which is one of the reasons, Art, that I thought you might want to have me on as a guest sometime in January.
Well, I might. I mean, it depends on, what the Commandant, of course, wants to say through you, so we'll look forward to that sometime in January. David, hold on one moment. We'll be right back. Sure. Are you overweight? Would you like to lose an average 8 to 10 pounds in the next month? Hello.
Hello, Art. Merry Christmas.
And to you.
This is Scott in Central Illinois.
Yes, Scott.
With reference to the flogging the wing statement.
Yes.
I do believe one of the Russian fighter planes, I think it's the MiG-29, is called the Flogger. It's either that or the Sukhoi Su-27.
I think that's right.
Huh.
And we have been known to accept a few defectors in their planes. And recently, I think sometime this year, we purchased a bunch of MiG-29s from the Republic of Moldova, I think it is.
Huh.
To keep it out of the hands of the Iranians and whoever else might want to buy them.
Well, listen, I appreciate the comment. This always happens, David. When we play something that we're not really certain about, we get a lot of interpretation.
Yeah, and where do you go with it? It's tough sometimes.
It is. First time caller line, you're on the air with David Oates. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Matthew.
Yes, Matthew.
I'm calling from Winnipeg, Canada also.
All right. A lot of callers from Winnipeg.
Yeah, well, I was surprised to hear that other one, and I'm not supposed to be awake at this time.
No, you're not.
Yes, but anyways, I wanted to call concerning a couple of things. One of the backwards masking said something about Satan coming in love. You remember that one?
Right. Well, for a start, let me just correct. It's not backward masking. It's reverse.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Satan, he sends love, I think, was the reversal.
I found that very clear only because she was talking very much on a biblical level many times. And there is talk in the Bible, of course, of the Antichrist, and he will be revealed in peace.
Right.
And coming with an image of what would be love or peace. And I thought that would be very clear. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Huh.
So it's something to think about. And I was also wondering if it would not be possible that these backward and reverse speech messages, could they not possibly be spiritually influenced?
Could it not be what, spiritually influenced?
Spiritually influenced.
I get asked that question all the time, and, to be frank, I try to avoid it. Ultimately, we don't know. Reverse speech is an unconscious function. I guess what I'm trying to do is to get the theory accepted that this does exist. What its source is will be a debate for philosophers for eons to come, I'm sure. It's possible, I guess. But I just don't know. I stick to the mainstream line, this is the unconscious mind speaking, but then the question arises, what is the unconscious? That's the only way I can answer that.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with David John Oates.
Let me get my radio here.
Get that radio. Turn that sucker off.
This is Dylan from Lynchburg again.
From where?
Lynchburg?
Lynchburg, yes, sir.
I called you the other night. Anyway, I had a question for David.
Yes.
I was wondering if you, you took a paragraph and independently had two separate people read it.
Right.
With the basic same articulation.
Right.
I wonder if you would get the same reversals from the two of them, or how would that work?
Well, that's been a test that's tried many, many times. If you can articulate it as closely as you possibly can, you may get something that sounds similar, but the fact is that no two people do speak alike, and intonations vary dramatically from person to person. We've been able to get something that sounds something like the reversal after many attempts of speaking it exactly right. It's interesting. I had a question was asked. That very question was asked in one of the lectures I did live on the Neil Armstrong reversal. Someone wanted me to say that publicly and reverse it, and I did. And we got a reversal out that said, "This is a gamble," which is exactly what I was thinking at the time. I've had people who've gotten close, but generally that's the exception, and you are trying to manufacture and repeat. The fact is that no two people speak identical. So.
Yeah, that's true. I also had a comment. I was kind of hoping that Harlot would be listening tonight and that she would try and get through and comment on her reversals, because I found it quite interesting, and I'm kind of interested in to see what she had to say about it. And
well, anyway, maybe we can get her comment. Harlot, you know how to contact me.
I hope she does, because I'll make for a good show.
Leave it at that.
All right.
All right.
Well, Merry Christmas, both of you, and it's a great show, and I'm a faithful listener, and I'll keep it up.
Thank you, take care. We might have time for one more. First-time caller line, you're on the air with David Oates. Hi.
Hi. This is Sam up in Seattle.
Yes, Sam.
I was wondering, the other day you had a call, you had a program on a natural phenomenon and people who witnessed as such. And there was one guy who called and said he reported seeing satanic artifacts in a graveyard, etc., right?
Yes.
And then, maybe an hour later, somebody else called and warned that first individual, hey, don't be talking about that too much. You never know who's involved in this kind of thing.
That's right.
And then he said people high up in politics and people high up in other professions, right, that might have been involved in satanic worship. And I was wondering if anything in Harlot's, I tuned in late, I wonder if anything in Harlot's backwards speech might have revealed any more about that, about people in prominent places. And
well, David, I think unless you held something back, I think we've heard pretty much what she said, right, David?
Oh, yeah, you've heard pretty much what she said, yeah. Those reversals are pretty well straightforward. I think there's not much interpretation needed on most of them.
Exactly. All right, David, we have no more time left, so if you would like to give out again your email address or phone number, do it now.
Yes, my phone number is 1-800-669-5789. If you can't get through on that, try 760-732-3097. We have a new machine out. My email address, backwards@reversespeech.com. Once again, 1-800-669-5789 for any information on convention, lectures, training class coming up. And that's it.
All right, my friend, it's not quite it. I have one more thing to say to you. Be careful.
Yes, I'm getting that message loud and clear. And we are taking extra precautions now. Like I said, I sent my son back to Australia. It was getting a little bit too hot. I'm going to be on the Harlot Rivera show on December the 26th. Watch out for that. Who knows what will happen as a result of that.
Well, if it was not already taped, I'd tell you, I'd give you the same advice there. Be careful.
I will attempt to do so, Art. You will be hearing much more of me in the future. That I can guarantee.
Take care, David.
Thank you, Art.
Good night. That's David John Oates, and that, folks, is Reverse Speech. Tomorrow night, Dale...
From the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, as the case may be in your time zone of all these many, stretching from the Hawaiian and Tahitian Islands in the west, on east, across this great land, to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north to the pole, and thanks to our good friends in Dallas at AudioNet, worldwide on the Internet. Good morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. And as usual, we're about to do the unusual. I've got a different kind of guest for you this morning. Surprise guest. His name is David John Oates. And I'll tell you all about Mr. Oates and what he studies, which is reverse speech. Not backmasking, but reverse speech, and we'll delineate the difference here in a moment. And you will hear examples of it by the likes of O.J. Simpson, Bob Dole, Bill Clinton, and others. It'll be interesting. He's got examples. I've heard them. And we'll get to all that and John in a moment.
First of all, I want to just thank you for bringing everyone out here the cornucopia of just phenomenal knowledge. I don't know of anyone else that I've ever listened to in radio that just fills my brain and stimulates me. But, I was listening to the show, and I thought to myself, do you think, George, the common citizen such as you or I, really has any hope towards the future of any privacy or anything else?
I think we do. I think eventually so many people will see the light, see what you see what I see, that eventually they're going to say enough is enough. And I think that we do have a future, and we're going to win in the long run. It's going to be bumpy along the way. Not going to be easy, but we will get there. That's my take, and you know what? As long as I can continue on the airwaves and tell people this, I shall.
All right, a very brief bio on David John Oates. He is Australian-born, an Australian native, so he's got an accent, an Aussie. David John Oates is founder and developer of reverse speech technologies and has been researching reverse speech full-time for the past 13 years. He proposes a theory that language is twofold. This is very interesting. Forward and backward. By analyzing speech played in reverse, newly discovered voices from the unconscious may easily be heard by a trained ear, and, frankly, an untrained ear. David's next training course in reverse speech begins in January of '97 at San Diego County, and will meet 1 weekend a month, that is, for a year following that. Now, we will give out an 800 number for you as the program goes on, but we're going to begin by asking David a couple of questions about what reverse speech is. David himself has a speech impediment. He, on occasion, stutters. And I spoke to him, I did a pre-interview earlier in the day, and I thought this was a fascinating thing, and is indeed, and I think that David's own speech impediment led him into study of speech, which then, we'll let him tell you how that happened. David, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much for having me, Art. I really appreciate it.
Well, David, how in the world does somebody begin the study of something like reverse speech?
Well, it was a series of coincidences, really, culminating in one single event. I was the director of a halfway house for street kids in Australia. And we had an evangelist from the United States traveling through, and he was claiming that rock and roll was the devil's music, and if you played recordings backwards, you could hear the voice of Satan. Being a typical Aussie, this was rather strange. I went home that night, and I just happened to have a tape player that played in reverse. And so I pulled a couple of my favorite tapes and ran them back, and much to my surprise, I heard at the time what I thought were fairly clear and precise phrases. I've been in amateur radio for many years, and so I've got a fairly good ear tuned to sounds, and I know electronics fairly well. And
you're a ham, are you?
Yes, I am.
Yes. What is your call?
VK5ADO.
Well, I'm W60BB. Glad to meet you.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, quite seriously, reverse speech was born in my ham shack. And that's where it began. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
I love ham radio.
Oh yeah. Well, I've been quiet now for several years. I've been reverse speech has taken my whole time up. I still have my rig sitting here on my desk, and one of these days I'll get my antenna back up again and get back on the air.
Well, one of the days the sun cycle's going to improve, and it's going to be worth doing that.
Yeah, I hope so. I've been out of touch for quite some time. So I've got a fairly good ear tuned to sounds, and and I've been pulling out faint sounds out of the static for many years. When I started to hear these things in reverse, they had a real genuine ring to them. The first thing I looked for was superimposed soundtracks. I mean, that's obviously the first thing you're going to check.
Sure.
And it was fairly obvious that there was no superimposed soundtracks.
In other words, something inserted backwards.
Correct. Yeah, and some groups do that at the recording studio level. That's been a gimmick now for many years, And the next thing I checked was for imagination. Obviously, it's like throwing an ink blot against the wall. You can see anything.
What do you see in that? What do you hear in that? Same kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. Exactly correct. So what I did for the first couple of months was I transferred all of these tracks backwards that I thought I was hearing, and began playing them to friends. And I set up several blind tests. Initially I would just play them to and backwards and ask them what they heard. Normally, most people could hear one or two words in the reversal without prompting. It's fairly difficult to get the whole sentence without being used to the sound. So for that reason, I will normally tell people first what the reversal says.
All right. I want to ask a question, David.
Yeah.
I need to understand, I guess, what the theory is. The theory is it not, that we say one thing consciously,
correct,
driven to say it in a certain way or certain words,
correct,
by our subconscious.
Correct, exactly correct. I'm saying that all speech forms in the unconscious mind before it becomes conscious.
Well, it does.
Right.
I'm sure it does. I mean, I can feel the process occurring in my own brain as I'm speaking to you.
I track it backwards constantly. It's fairly common in reverse to see what someone has said forwards to appear backwards prior to them saying it forwards. I will frequently get a complete sentence in reverse, and only to see that exact same sentence repeated forwards 3 or 4 or 5 minutes later. And so you are actually tracking the unconscious, mapping out the thought processes, and then transferring it to the conscious.
All right, that makes sense. You, as is obvious now to the audience, have varying amounts of stuttering problems yourself. Have you had that all your life?
Yeah, yes, I've had it all my life. It was extremely severe when I was a teenager. At high school, I could barely talk. I could barely get I could barely string 2 words together. It's actually one of the reasons why I got into ham radio, because I wanted to overcome this, And then when I started doing reverse speech and then had to suddenly find myself doing radio interviews, I was forced into a position where I just simply had to become bold and confident and just go and take it and run with it, So.
All right, sure. So that obviously, because of your interest in speech,
right,
it would lead you naturally into a direction of studying speech.
Correct. I actually have always considered to be quite ironic that I have a speech stutter, because the speech reversals themselves occur in the pauses and starts of the speech. If you ever sit down and listen to someone talk for any long period of time, you will hear their speech full of pauses and stutters and tonal inflections and ers and ahs and oohs, and we generally take most of that for granted. But it's those very fluctuations in speech that cause the speech reversals to occur.
All right. I guess before we proceed, and we're going to hear an example of this in a moment.
Right.
But I would like to give people your website address. Well, I don't even need to do that. What we can do is we've got a link up on our webpage now to your webpage, and there are audio examples of reverse speech, some of what you're going to probably hear right now.
That is correct. I've got at least 100 examples of reverse speech on the website.
Oh, you do? 100?
Oh, at least that.
All right.
At least that. It's a massive site. It's about 300 or 400 pages.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
That is massive.
Yeah. It contains a lot of my research notes and a lot of my technical tests and verifications. I've really tried to research this extremely meticulously, because I knew that once the time came for me to launch this discovery onto the world, I would have to make sure that all my I's were dotted and T's were crossed, because I'm expecting a fair bit of flack once this begins to hit, and I have ample research evidence to back this up. Right. And a lot of that is in my website.
All right. Fine. My website is www.artbell.com. And if you go up there, you will see a link to David John Oates' website.
Uh-huh.
And if you want to go directly to it, it is www.reversespeech.com. Reverse speech being one word. That's www.reversespeech.com. All right, so that we all get some understanding of what we're talking about, it's going to be a crude way of doing it. You're going to hold the phone up to a recorder, but I listened earlier and it came through okay.
Yeah.
What would be your first example?
Well, let's start off with something fairly simple first. This is Bob Dole resigning from the Senate. Before I play this, let me just give a brief, technical description. My claim is that reverse speech is a second form of communication. As the brain is constructing the sounds of speech, it's constructing it in such a way that two messages are communicated simultaneously, forwards and backwards. Now, reverse speech is also complementary. By complementary, I mean that the forward and reverse dialogues directly relate to each other. It will either confirm what's being said forward or deny what was being said forward, or it will add extra extra information to what's being set forward.
In other words,
So,
if somebody is lying, David, that is then denied in what's heard in reverse?
correct. If someone
Wow.
is lying forward, you will get the truth backwards. If someone is hiding information forward, you will get that extra information in reverse.
And if they're telling the truth?
You will get the truth in reverse. Like this example on the example I'm about to play you on Bob Dole, for example. You hear him resigning from the Senate. So why don't I play that and have your listeners listen very carefully to what he's saying forward.
All right,
Okay?
fire
So here
away,
we go.
by all means.
You do not lay claim to the office you hold. It lays claim to you. Your obligation is to bring to it the gifts you can of labor and honesty, and then to depart with grace.
Okay, so he's being, he's got a fair bit of genuinity and passion behind his voice there.
Sure.
So let's say what I'm going to do is isolate a small section of this and play it backwards at 3 separate speeds. And I'll tell you initially what this says. The reversal says, it's an honor.
It's an honor.
It's an honor.
Mm-hmm.
It's an honor. It's an honor.
And that should have been fairly clear. So
that was very clear. Yes, very clear. So he said 3 times, and you did it at 3 different speeds.
Correct.
To demonstrate, in other words, that it is not just a function of speed.
Oh, right, correct. Yeah, I do that for several reasons. Yeah, because as you vary the speed, the sound doesn't change, because all you're simply doing is reversing the syllables, I also run it at 3 speed too, because the sounds of reverse speed tend to sound different than normal forward speech. As a ham radio operator, you would know the sounds of single sideband. It sounds very, very, very similar to single sideband, because essentially what you're doing is you are removing the conscious information from speech by reversing the tapes, and you're left with the sidebands of speech.
All right, well, that's very believable. He said it's an honor, and I think that Bob Dole, no matter what you think of him, and there are many varied opinions, but he served honorably in the Senate.
Oh, absolutely.
And
correct.
I'm sure that would have been his emotion as he gave that speech.
Correct.
He would have been feeling it's an honor. And that was quite clear.
Yeah, well, these reversals are quite clear. I mean, the most amazing thing to me is that someone hasn't discovered this before, because they are occurring as clear as this once every 5 or 10 seconds of speech. Well, now, once again, it depends on the speech itself, because the reverse speech is a right brain hemispheric function. Forward speech is left brain, and reverse speech is right brain. So as speech becomes more emotionally charged, the speech reversals will increase quite dramatically. So you could have a left brain situation like a public media broadcast or a politician speaking, and you may only get reversals once every 20 or 30 seconds. But as soon as you go into normal, relaxed conversation or highly emotional speech, they will increase quite dramatically. And, we've done many tests. For example, I've just run a tape backwards, and I've just noted the percentage of speech reversals that occur in any given time frame, and you can get a fairly good indication of what type of speech it is coming from without knowing what's on the forward.
Oh, that's fascinating. All right, why don't we do one more before the bottom of the hour?
Okay. Well, actually, I just queued up a famous soundbite. I actually moved on to another one. This is Neil Armstrong taking his famous first words onto the moon. Obviously, a very highly emotional situation.
All right.
Okay?
All right. Neil Armstrong.
Neil Armstrong walking on the moon. Oops, I'm sorry. My computer just glitched for 1 second.
All right.
Get that back
no
again.
problem.
Yeah.
All right. This is coming off a computer then.
Correct.
All right.
Yes,
good.
correct.
All right,
I've got the 2 computers here, and I just draw on them all, depending on what I have to do at the time.
Okay.
Okay. Would you believe
Neil Armstrong won't speak.
Neil Armstrong will not speak to us. So let's try it again. Okay, I've got it going now. I just had a little glitch.
All right.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Okay, now, when he says his famous first words, that's one small step for man. Backwards it says, man will spacewalk.
Ooh, really? Let me hear that. Oh, my God.
Man will
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
And that's fairly clear too. And that is
that's
a fairly
something.
logical expression of his thoughts at the time. As he stepped on the surface of the moon, he's obviously thinking about the future of humanity in space.
Can I
continue.
May I, David, ask you to do one, make a request, special request? Neil Armstrong made a statement in the White House.
Right.
I think about a year ago, which was a very famous, very intriguing statement about going to places that will amaze us when the veil of when the false veils are lifted. And
Oh yes, I've been trying to get hold of that speech actually.
all right, we'll see if we can find it for you. But if you, boy, would I love to hear what's in that one. All right.
I have got so many mysteries for you guys. I've been doing this for 13 years.
I understand, David. Hold tight. David John Oates is my guest. Reverse speech is the topic. We'll be right back. Well, this certainly is fascinating. David John Oates is my guest. The subject is one you probably haven't heard about before. Reverse speech. I mean, if we don't do it, who will? More in a moment. This is amazing stuff. And David, I know you're listening on the line. Get that Armstrong thing out again. I've got to hear that again. That was incredible. Back to my most fascinating guest. David John Oates believes reverse speech is, in fact, a message from the unconscious, our unconscious minds, that if we are lying, the truth is revealed in reverse speech. If we tell the truth is confirmed in reverse speech. And there's every reason to believe that that's a pretty good theory, that our subconscious minds drive what we say, and in both directions. And there have been a pretty good examples. And David, if you wouldn't mind, I was so impressed with that Neil Armstrong thing. Would you play it forward, then reverse again one more time, please?
Sure. Here it is forward, coming up.
All right.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
And now coming backwards, man will spacewalk at 3 speed.
Man will spacewalk. Man will spacewalk. Man will spacewalk.
Yeah.
And there's a very interesting thing about this example too, was Neil Armstrong actually had a prepared script to say. He was supposed to say that's one small step for a man, but he got his lines wrong and said it's one small step for man instead. Now, had he said his prepared script, that speech reversal would not have occurred. So it's my contention that his unconscious mind automatically switched his speech just prior to him speaking to it, so the reversal could appear.
You know, I don't know if it relates, but of course I do nothing but talk for 5 hours.
Right.
And I have noticed that there are many times that in my mind, I'm always a little bit ahead of what my mouth is doing.
Right.
And I'm considering my next sentence or whatever, and there are many times when I will suddenly, though I meant to say one thing, absolutely, something else comes out.
Oh, absolutely. It happens all the time. How many times have, you've been talking to someone, for example, and you're thinking something, you are just about to say that, and then the other person in the room says it before you say it.
Oh, yes.
Because the reverse speech is a communication process. We are all receiving the reversals of others all the time, and I maintain that is a lot of what human intuition is all about. We just get a gut sense. We know and feel there's more to what's being said than what's being said. And it's very common in reverse to see entire conversations backwards. People are actually communicating in reverse. It's that second form of communication.
David, the politicians are going to have you killed, you know.
This will change the whole face of not just politics, but the whole face of civilization once this hit, because it essentially means the human mind is no longer private, and every secret that has ever been hidden is stored on tape somewhere back in the archives. People are going to go crazy, because this will quite seriously propel society into a whole new age of truth and honesty, because we now have no choice.
All right, let's move to somebody who might thought to be not telling the truth. And of course, there's great controversy about the O.J. Simpson trial.
Right.
And I watched every minute of that trial, or very nearly so. I'm telling you, I was glued to it. And so this is of intense interest, and you have some reversals, so to speak, on O.J. Simpson, don't you?
I have some stunning reversals on O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson is, I love doing his reversals. He's so incongruent, it makes you laugh, you know. So let's start off with one. This is pretty much, this is a fantastic example. Considering what I'm saying about reverse speech as simply that now all we need to do to find out what someone is thinking is to record the speech and run it backwards. Listen very carefully to what O.J. is saying forwards.
All right.
In this next example.
Okay, here we go.
The worst thing you can have, that you can ever have, is have your argument tape. I would say, anybody out there that's married or is in a relationship, just turn a tape recorder on the next time you have an argument and play it back. You will not believe that was you.
Maybe you should have said play it backwards.
Yeah, right. I'll just play that one full section forwards again, because that's how I've got it queued up in my computer. So just listen to his forward words again. Just play it back. You will not believe that is you.
All right.
Turn a tape recorder on the next time you have an argument and play it back. You will not believe that was you.
And backwards he says, I skinned them all.
Not skinned them all. I skinned them all. I skinned them all.
And what I want to do now is just play it forwards and backwards at the precise point where the reversal occurs. And he says, so just turn a tape recorder on next time. And that is the exact word that caused that speech reversal to occur. So here it is, forwards, backwards, forwards, backwards.
Just turn a tape recorder on the next time. Not skinned them all. Just turn a tape recorder on the next time. Not skinned them all.
And there's O.J. Simpson. Quite stunning stuff, hey?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been dying to, one of my fondest dreams is to see O.J. face to face and play him these speech reversals and just see what his reaction is. I would love to do that.
I would love to see that.
Yeah, I think that would be quite an amazing TV special.
Yes, well, he's busy now. He's going back to court again.
Yeah. Okay, so let's do some more on O.J. Okay?
All right. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. One of the things you see in reverse speech is past conversations repeated. For example, if I'm telling you something I said to someone a week ago, the unconscious mind accesses that event, and if what you're saying forwards is not what was actually said, the speech reversal will say, in essence, what the real conversation was. So in light of that, this is O.J. talking forwards about what a lovely, compassionate man he is towards Nicole.
When she had some very emotional issues with the men that she was involved with, she came to me. I don't think a woman would do that if she felt that this person was insensitive or abusive and certainly not jealous or possessive.
And now we'll play it in reverse, and he says, damn your lust, never see lovers.
Wait a minute. Say that again, please.
Never see lovers.
No, I'm sorry.
Fabulous, never see lovers. Fabulous, never see lovers.
All right, David, I missed it. When you said what that was going to be, I missed it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's get back.
No. In reverse, what is it saying?
Damn your lust, never see lovers.
All right. Now give me the reverse playback of that again, please.
Okay.
Fabulous, never see lovers. Fabulous, never see lovers. Fabulous, never see lovers.
Damn your lust, never see lovers.
That's right. Now let's do another one on the same vein. This is actually on my second computer, and this is another conversation that he's repeating with Nicole. Let's just cue this one up, and we'll run it forward first.
Okay.
One, because at one point I couldn't speak. I wanted to speak on NBC, and that is the only aborted interview.
And backwards, he says, where are we? Damn it, you see men, I give snow. In this case, snow being a street term for cocaine.
Okay, now, so damn it, you...
Saying, damn it, you see men, I give snow. Is snow a street name for cocaine?
Damn it, you see men, I give snow. Damn it, you see men, I give snow.
And there we go, and we'll just do that in one more speed again.
Damn it, you see men, I give snow.
There we go.
Okay, I heard that, not as clearly perhaps as some of the others, but
right.
it was discernible.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's look at some more on O.J. Simpson. Reverse speech has a fairly peculiar complementarity. What you're saying forward will generally relate to what's being saying in reverse. So, in light of that, here he is talking about the American institution blocking him from making some money. So here it is forward.
I've been a good American. I'm just as innocent as any of them. I should have the right to support my family and earn a living, and they have been blocking me or attempting to block me in every other avenue.
Mm-hmm. And backwards he says, he cowed when you missed your aim. He cowed my bayonet. And what he's reliving is Ron Goldman blocking him from his knife swings. So here he is. This is actually a fairly long reversal. He cowed when you missed your aim. He cowed my bayonet.
All right. All right. David, question?
Yes.
Two of them, really.
Yes.
One, does reverse speech exist in foreign languages?
Yes, it does. I am currently training a student from Germany right now. What we are finding is that the reversals are occurring in the language that you are thinking in at the time. So if you are speaking in English but thinking in German and translating, the reversals will be in German.
Wow! Now that's really impressive.
Yeah.
That's really impressive. Now, it must be tough for you because you can't be conversant in all these languages.
We actually have quite a problem now because my German student is currently lecturing in Germany this week, and we're getting a fair bit of interest from there. And so I have a problem on my hands because I have to go there next year to teach a training class.
All right.
And I don't speak German.
I understand.
So I'm going to try to coordinate with her and myself.
All right. Now, have you studied yourself? You're an interesting case because you do have a speech impairment.
Yes.
All right. You stutter. So does that affect the reverse speech in any way?
Well, surprisingly enough, when I have my speech stutter, which is my speech impediment, I have very few reversals on my actual speech impediment. But when I speak normally, and I have the normal stutters and pauses that everyone does, that is where you'll find the reversals.
Fascinating.
Yeah, and I've been doing my speech for 13 years. It can be a pretty scary thing, because we tend to live in a world of denial and create our own reality, what we think is real, and then to suddenly be confronted with your own voice.
All right. All right, well, listen, let's move on and do another one. Anything that you think is interesting from your files?
Well, why don't we move on to some on the JFK assassination, Lee Harvey Oswald. Would you be interested in that?
Oh, I would indeed.
And then after that, what I'd like to do is have a look at children, because one of the fascinating things I've discovered is that children are speaking backwards before they do forward.
Huh.
And language actually begins in reverse before forward language does.
No kidding.
Yeah.
All right.
So let's look at, we'll just look at a couple. First of all, let's look at the live commentary of the President Kennedy assassination in Dallas, Texas. This is a fascinating example because like the Neil Armstrong, it's live and on the spot. So this is actually catching his actual thoughts as the shooting was occurring. And so here we have it forward first.
Boston Hospital, there has been a shooting. Boston Hospital has been advised to stand by for a severe gunshot wound. The President's car is now going past me.
Okay, and one small section of this backwards says he's shot bad, hold it, try and look up. He's shot bad, hold it, try and look up.
Wow. Well, it sure does.
And that is his immediate logical thoughts at time. Stop everything, look around, what can you see?
Yes, that was quite clear.
Yeah, that one's quite clear. Well, see, that one was live and on the spot too, you know, and some of the trouble with the O.J. Simpson ones is that he's on TV, and, you know, he's like most people who are on the media, they tend to be a little bit nervous, and they switch into left brain. Here is Lee Harvey Oswald. Here he is being interviewed on radio 2 weeks prior to the JFK assassination. Now, this is actually quite a fascinating example. So let's, and then I've got one on him just after the assassination.
All right.
So here he is 2 weeks prior, first of all.
The fact that I did live for a time in the Soviet Union is an excellent qualification to repudiate charges that Cuba and the Fair Play for Cuba Committee is communist controlled. The Fair Play for Cuba Committee, as the name implies, is concerned primarily with Cuban-American relations.
Boy, I could barely get that one forward.
Sorry? Really?
Yeah, that was hard to understand forward. That was a poor audio clip, I guess.
Yeah, it sounds quite clear here. It could be the phone lines. Well, look, let's play the reversal and see if you can hear it anyway. We've got two reversals on this section, and one of them says, "Hear them, wish to kill President," and the other one says, "Oswald angry." So you'll hear both of them together. Hear them, wish to kill President, Oswald angry. Was that clear or not?
It was as clear as the forward.
Right. Okay. Let's try one more on him, and if this doesn't work, we'll move on to someone else. We've actually done quite an extensive study on the Kennedy assassination reversals on most of the key players. So here he is being interviewed just after the assassination.
Right. These people have given me a hearing without legal representation or anything. You shoot the president? I didn't shoot anybody, no, sir.
Okay, we'll try this backwards. He says the killer was careful.
Yes, dinner on the ship. Yes, dinner on the ship. Yes, dinner on the ship.
Was that clear or not?
No. I couldn't verify that that's what I heard.
Yeah, okay, no, that's fine. It's a radio interview way back then. So, okay, well, look, let's move on to kids, okay?
All right.
And when I first wrote my theory of reverse speech, I wrote it in April of 1987 that essentially states language is twofold. And in July of 87, my wife at the time gave birth to twin girls, and I was not too sure what I was more excited about, the girls or a brand new research project. So from the moment they came home from hospital, I began to tape them. From as early as 4 months of age, I was finding simple single word backwards.
Had little microphones stuck in their little faces.
Exactly correct. And it's quite fascinating that you should say that what you just said, because the example I'm just about to play you is when they were 7 months of age and I was chasing them around the room with a tape player.
It figures.
Yeah, of course. And one of the kids suddenly noticed the tape player and she reaches out for it with interest. And so here is this sound forwards when she suddenly realized Dad had a tape player trying to get her to speak into it.
All right.
And backwards she says, "What's that?"
Huh. Oh, God, that's fascinating.
Yeah, now that's fairly clear.
Oh, that's fairly clear, is right.
Yeah. And the kids' reversals are just great. I love kids' reversals because, as I find out, as people age, their reversals tend to get less and less clear. But when they're young, they are just so crystal clear. It's just amazing.
So, no, wait. We're here at the top of the hour, so we have to pause.
Okay.
So stay right where you are. I wonder what that would come out like in reverse. My guest is David John Oates, and we're talking about reverse speech. What's that? Man, that was really clear. My guest is David John Oates. He, for 13 years, has been studying reverse speech, and it is rippy, let me tell you. Reverse speech. In other words, simply playing somebody's speech, certain portions of it, in reverse. The contention being the subconscious mind drives, in reverse, certain things to be said that are not said when you listen to it in a forward direction. Examples, stunning ones, from Bob Dole, Neil Armstrong, Lee Harvey Oswald to a lesser degree, but still very stunning, O.J. Simpson, and most recently, David's daughters, and I know he's on the line. So, David, cue the one on your daughter up again. That one was really a trip. We'll replay that one. David has a speech impediment himself. He at times stutters. That obviously led to an interest in speech. We'll get back to David in a moment. You're going to find this really fascinating. Believe it or not, it sure is fascinating.
The new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is here, now available for Android as well as iPhone. For Coast Insiders, it offers the ability to download the most recent shows so you can listen to them at your leisure. The new app also has listen live and streaming features, plus recaps, contacts, and upcoming show info. Coast Insiders with Android System 4.0 and above, or iPhone. Check out our new app at the Google Play or iTunes stores, or link from the Coast website. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
Give me your perspective on where you think this is heading worldwide. Is this all leading to a one world government, a new world order, in order to contain what could very well be a planetary-wide uprising?
Well, yes, the governments are preying on the poor people. You know, in most countries, the government is usually controlled by wealthy people. You're seeing very much a situation that's set up to create a violent overthrow of countries.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time, tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from September 19th, 1996.
Back now to David John Oates. And the last one really blew my mind, David. It was your daughter.
Uh-huh.
And you say you have twins?
I have twins, yeah.
And so being into the hobby you are, I guess a hobby now turning into a business?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Well, I've been doing this for a living now for 10 years.
10 years.
I actually have quite a thriving practice in San Diego, where I use this in therapy and counseling.
All right. So you being so interested, and I know about being compelled to do things. I'm very much that way myself. Followed your little daughters before they could speak, putting a tape recorder in their little faces and recording their sounds. And if you would give us that example one more time. I mean, here you were chasing them around the house with a tape recorder, putting in their face. So what you hear in reverse is so logical that it gives you the heebie-jeebies. This was before they could talk, folks. Now, play it forward.
Okay, this one was at 7 months of age, and she was actually reaching for the tape player. And the noise she makes is when she actually saw the tape player and reached for it. And backwards she says, "What's that?"
And we should tell everybody, we play that in reverse at 3 separate speeds. Now, somebody is asking a question from Indiana, Lafayette, Indiana. Dear Art, there is no way the examples of reverse speech can be obtained by simply reversing the speech. There has to be some other extensive processing. What is that? In other words, he's hardly believing his ears, and he believes you're processing this.
No, I'm not processing this at all. This is just straightforwards and backwards. And if anyone would like to take this program and take the examples and go and put it on their computer, on the sound, and most computers you can reverse the sound. They will see that all I'm doing is simply playing it backwards.
All right, you're not doing any speed changes.
No processing whatsoever.
No echo, no
echo, no nothing. This is just straightforward and reverse.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, and again, the contention is, if somebody, for example, is lying, the truth will be revealed in the reverse speech, which is going to make the politicians kill David.
Don't say that too loud, please. I have a little bit of fear about when this thing launches. Well, I'm launching now. I decided 6 months ago that it was time to finally get this thing out. I've been sitting on it for so long, And,
well, David, it's well-grounded fear.
Oh, absolutely. It's well-based, in fact. And see, too, it's been well documented for years that the brain has reversing functions. Like sight, for example, is reversed before it's processed by the brain. We have the condition of dyslexia, where speech is reversed. The left and right brain hemispheres mirror each other. Chinese philosophy talks about the yin and the yang. The whole of creation is surrounded with opposites. In point of fact, I actually think it takes more faith to believe that this doesn't exist than it does exist. It's so logical and so natural. And it's like any new theory that hits the planet. The world is round. I mean, how can you say that? You'll fall off, or the horseless carriage, or whatever you want to think about. Whenever any new discovery hits the face of the planet, we go, oh no, that's crazy. That can't be true. And it's simply because it's outside of our realm of experience. And the reverse speech falls into the same category.
It's true. All right, let's try another example. And again, I'm depending on you to pick out the ones that you think are...
Well, let's look at a couple more on kids, okay? Because kids are so clear,
All right, fire away.
Here is my child. I think she's 10 months of age, and she's sitting on my lap. I'll play it forward first.
All right.
And listen, this one's so clear. I think you better hear this without me telling you.
All right.
I'm going to run it backwards at 3 speeds. Listen to it very carefully and tell me what you hear.
All right.
What did you hear there?
Daddy loves something.
Daddy loves Mum. And what you heard, the mum normally confuses people because it's the Aussie accent. It's not Daddy loves Mom, it's Daddy loves Mum.
Mom,
so let me play it again.
Your accent, I understand. Play it again, please.
Yeah, here. This is straight backwards at 3 speeds.
All right. Ah. Yes, I've got it. And it is necessary to adjust for the accent.
Correct.
She, of course, is listening to you, and her speech patterns are forming around you naturally, of course.
And see, that's one of the great convinces about reverse speech as well, because you do hear accents in reverse. It's quite easy to pick out an American or an Australian, because the accents become very pronounced. Once you get used to the accent of reverse speech itself, because it's got this melodious sing-song tone to it, and it tends to take. I've been training classes this for 7 years now, and it tends to take new students probably a good 3 or 4 months to to settle into the backward sounds and begin to pull them out of the tapes. And they're quite fast, you know. They're normally only 1 or 2 seconds long, and they frequently occur in the high tones of speech. And I think it's probably one of the reasons why it hasn't been discovered before, because it's like learning any foreign language. You've got to sit down and get used to the intonation and get used to the words. And
well, you pointed out earlier, we're both ham operators. Listening to single sideband is a lot like that. You've got to get your ear attuned to it. It's true.
Yeah, right. And, you know, and reverse speech is exactly the same way. Let me do one more on kids, and we can move on to some celebrities. It depends on how long we've got. One of the fascinating things about reverse speech, I'm currently only playing you fairly straightforward, simple examples, you know, of normal, forward, what are fairly logical stuff. By far the greatest proportion of reverse speech speaks in metaphors or archetypes. More than 90% of reverse speech language speaks in pictures and images, because this is how the human mind at its deepest level processes. And when we get into the metaphors of reverse speech is when the real power comes through, because at the deepest levels, reverse speech is describing how human behavior is formed and how personality is formed, and the breakthroughs that it can offer in therapy are just mind-blowing.
All right.
But anyway, here's another one on kids. This is at, I think it's 14 months of age. I just moved them from one room to another. I was actually setting up a table to record, you know, and I just moved the kids from the lounge room to the kitchen, and they were sitting around the table. And you'll hear me shuffling papers in the background, and then one of the kids makes quite a loud noise. Here it is. Okay, and that was a simple sound forwards, and backwards it says, I now come here.
Oh, jeez. Oh, yeah, it's quite clear.
Yeah, that's quite clear. And one of the things we see in reverse speech is the young mind processing and sorting out information. This is a tree. That is mum. That is dad. I've just moved from this room to the next room. And what reverse speech can offer child psychology is just, it's just mind-blowing, because
it is.
Because we can now have a way to trace the cognitive processes of children as they grow up. I do a lot of work with kids, and I've had a couple of kids being brought to me who have been fairly traumatic experiences, and one of the problems facing child psychologists is, what is this kid thinking? I mean, what is really going on inside this child's mind? Reverse speech goes straight to it. I mean, you know exactly what they're thinking and exactly what they're feeling.
All right, what have you got in good celebrities?
Oh, good celebrity. I got some great ones. Let's go to Whoopi Goldberg first. Here she is. I'm just going to cue this one. Here she is talking about her latest movie, and she's asked why. Anyway, so let's play. This is just coming online now. Yeah, I tend not to get into celebrities and politicians all that much, quite frankly, because most of my work is spent in my practice, and I normally have the TV going in the background as some interesting sound clip comes on. I whack it on. So here's Whoopi Goldberg.
How much fun was this film then to do?
Well, it was a lot of fun, you know, because I got to play with all these guys.
And this is a fairly long one, but you should be able to pick it out now. She says, "See all the wealth that I got, I suck the money. See all the wealth that I got, I suck the money."
All right, let's see.
See all the wealth that I got, I suck the money.
See all the wealth that I got, I suck the money. See all the wealth that I got, I suck the money.
And that one should have been fairly clear. Yeah, and that anyone who knows Whoopi Goldberg is going to know that's fairly typical of and I have just lost my sound program, and here it comes after. Yeah. So that one was fairly clear too. And see, I need to stress, these things are happening once every 5 or 10 seconds of speech, as clear as that. And I mean, it's a monumental find. It's a monumental discovery, and I certainly believe it's going to.
All right, when you sent me a fax, first sent me a fax, you said, in fact, a wire service is reportedly coming out with news reports about it in the next few weeks.
Correct.
Can you name which wire service that is?
Gee whiz, I don't know offhand. I know my publisher's listening to this interview tonight. He might like to call in and let you know. I'm not too sure. My book's coming out in 6 weeks' time. In point of fact, I've got four. I'm releasing 4 books for the next year that release all my findings, and we've already contacted the wire services. They have agreed to carry the story. Maybe I'd like to put up my 1-800 number if anyone wants to buy the books, by the way.
Absolutely.
It's 1-800-231-1776. That's 800-231-1776, and you can get an advance copy of the book. Also, A Strange Universe filmed a special on reverse speech this week.
Oh, they did? When will that air?
That's going to be airing in about 2 weeks. I don't have the exact view date yet, but they were up here for several hours, and
Matter of fact, I saw Strange Universe earlier tonight. They did a bit on the Chupacabra that I was interested in.
Yeah.
And about a half hour prior to airtime. All right. Well, what else have you?
This is Tom Cruise after his last movie, talking about Mission Impossible. I'm trying to keep these fairly tame. If I play some of my rough examples, I could get into a fair bit of trouble. This one's bordering on the line just a touch. So here he is talking about Mission Impossible. Oops, I lost my speakers.
Oh.
Okay, we're going to try this one more time. I've got some slight technical glitches here.
All right.
I'm trying to, be part of it right now. I can't control what happens at this stage.
We missed the beginning of them. I'm just proud to be a part of it right now, is what he says. Forwards and backwards, he says, I'll be vain.
I'll be vain?
I'll be vain. I'll be vain. I'll be vain.
There we go. And so you watch Tom Cruise over the next few weeks and months and just see how his demeanor changes. And that's another thing that reverse speech does. It has a whole category of reversals that I call future tense reversals that accurately predict what is going to happen over the next few weeks and days and months, because the unconscious mind, which has a wealth of knowledge, can with great accuracy predict what is going to happen in the future. Some of my advanced studies with reverse speech indicate fairly strongly that a lot of what we call ESP, for example, and intuition, psychic ability, is actually us hearing and responding to the reverse phrases.
At the subconscious level, so it manifests itself. I understand.
Yeah.
All right.
Let me move on to something a little bit different, okay?
All right.
Let's look at communication in reverse, because reverse speech is a communication process. We are constantly having conversations forwards and backwards. So I'll just lead into this slowly at first. This is me conducting a session with a client who's attempting to give up cigarette smoking, and partway into the session, I'm wanting to know her age. So you'll hear me start to ask a question, and before I can finish the question, she actually chips in and answers it for me.
Oh.
How long have you been smoking?
Since I was 17.
And you're,
I'm 47.
Okay, I'm just going to play one small section forwards again with my sentence where I said, and backwards it says, how old?
Oh.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to play the soundtrack forward again, and I'm going to splice the reversal right in the forward track. So you'll actually hear the reversal mixed in the forward dialogue, and you'll hear how she directly responds to my speech.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah.
How long have you been smoking?
Since I was 17.
And you're, always?
I'm 47.
And you can hear that. That's a very simple example of a conversation backwards. Well, that's quite a simple one. Let me play another simple one, and we can get as complex as you want. I mean, I've got thousands of these examples. Every single tape I have ever analyzed for the last 13 years, I have stored away with all the transcripts and reversal dump, and I've got so much evidence to verify this is real.
All right, David, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour here.
Okay.
Just dig out some of your best, and we'll be back to you after the bottom of the hour. David John Oates is my guest. The subject is reverse speech. Almost makes you afraid to say something forward, doesn't it? Does it have meaning? Is it straight out of the subconscious? You listen, you be the judge. It's not manipulated, it's simply reversed. That's it. My guest is David John Oates, and he'll be back in a moment. We just registered a 6.2 earthquake off the northeastern coast of Mindanao in the Philippines. That's pretty good size, and so I thought I'd make note. We'll get back to reverse speech and David in a moment. Yesterday I had a fax from somebody who said they clearly heard their cat in a conversation, or actually another cat, who challenged their cat and kept saying, "Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?" demanding to know, "Who are you?" As two cats meet, and it was really kind of cute. And then the other cat said clearly, "You ugly." Then there was a cat fight. And it was just a cute fax to read, but here's an interesting angle. Dear Art, remember last night's fax from the man who claimed that he heard the cat speaking English? Has Mr. Oates ever tried analyzing the sounds made by animals to see if there's any meaning in them? It'd be interesting, too, to compare domestic animals and pets who grow up hearing human speech with wild animals that have never seen mankind. That's Ron in Birmingham, Alabama, and he says, by the way, here's a personal experience, he claims. One day, one of my cats went to the back door, looked back from the door to me, and clearly said what sounded very much like out. It was clearly not meow, it was out. And it's kind of far out, but it is fascinating. David, have you ever researched animals?
Well, no, not really. I've done it occasionally. I've been asked that question a surprising number of times in my lectures. I haven't found anything. I'm finding meows forwards, meows backwards, and barks forwards and barks backwards. So I'm really, that's all I can tell you. If they are speaking a language, then I can't translate it.
It's their own. I've got you. All right. Another fact says, "Come on, Art. We're all dying to hear Bill and Hillary." So,
okay.
If you've got anything.
Oh, what? Yeah, well, I have a wealth of information on Bill in particular. I'm just having a massive debate here as to how controversial do I get,
Well, when it comes to Bill Clinton, I don't care.
Yeah, well...
Do what you want to do.
Let's start off slowly first, okay?
Oh, okay.
Let me play
a
couple of tame examples, and then I will take a little bit of courage and get a little bit heavier. I've got lots of these. Okay, this is Bill Clinton talking about the day an American plane was shot down just outside of Cuban waters a couple of months back.
I remember that.
Yeah, okay, this is a fairly tame example.
All charter air travel from the United States to Cuba will be suspended indefinitely.
And backwards he says, "Denounce this evil."
Denounce this evil.
Oh, man, that was...
Denounce this evil. Denounce this evil.
Here's the next. Okay, that's fairly
Holy
tame.
mackerel, was that clear?
Yeah, that's fairly tame. And he's being quite congruent there. Here he is on a campaign trail. This was one I just dumped down last week, I think. This is still fairly tame. There's nothing personally incriminating here. He's talking about an 82-year-old lady who has helped with the election campaign.
All right.
Example.
There are a lot of people in West Virginia who embody the America I want to see. Dorothy Slack, 82 years old, who's given 1,300 hours to the Ronald McDonald House.
And backwards he says, we used idiot. Excuse me, I must stutter there. We used idiot. Thank you.
All right.
Use idiot.
Oh my.
Yeah, that's quite clear.
Yes, it is.
Okay, let me find some stuff on Vincent Foster.
Oh yes. Oh please, by all means. Oh, by all means.
Okay, and I mean, you know, I got a whole bunch of stuff here. I mean, you know, no one's heard these. These have been in my files for years, you know. Okay, here he is talking about the suicide, in inverted commas, of Vincent Foster. And let me just, the system's loading up. I'll just pick it up halfway in. I think it's a fairly long forward section. I'm not too sure how much I got. I haven't played this. I've never played this one publicly. We just debated here and I decided I would.
All right.
When we were little bitty kids, he was a remarkable man, and I miss him.
The special counsel says he's going to look into that too. Is that fair game?
Well, I think, you know, because he had some files that were relevant to it, I think he has to look into what was there, and he'll just, whatever he wants to do is, you know, let him do that. That's not my business to comment on.
Okay, and backwards he says, now this is fairly long, so I'll read it out to you. It says, silly hit, nerves are worn, they killed to stay, get out of it. I'll say it again. Silly hit, nerves are worn, they killed to stay, get out of it.
All right.
Silly hit, there is the woman next to the thing, get out of it. Silly hit, there is the woman next to the thing, get out of it, the Lord. Silly hit, there is the woman next to the thing, get out of it, the Lord.
Okay, now that one was not as clear to me.
Right. Let me. Okay. Yeah, it's fairly long. That's the trouble. Let me just turn the treble up. We'll do it one more time and see when we get into the long ones. It gets a bit tough. Let's try it again. No good there?
Well, the part that I could get clearly was silly hit.
Right.
Silly hit. That was very clear, and it deteriorated then. I couldn't.
Right. Okay. Essentially what I'm getting,
Now, again, David, I understand that it's a matter of ear calibration.
Correct.
I work for the County of Monterey, California as a 911 dispatcher. And for weeks before they would allow you to begin work, they would require that you literally sit there with a pair of headphones next to a real dispatcher, a full dispatcher, and listen because, frankly, things were occurring so rapidly and you were trying to keep track of so much that your ear wasn't calibrated and you literally didn't hear things. And so they had you sit there for weeks in training, learning how to hear it.
Right. And that's exactly what I do with reverse speech training as well. It's literally sitting down for hundreds and hundreds of hours getting used to the different sounds of backward speech. It takes a long time.
All right, for the sake of an audience that doesn't have a greatly calibrated ear, some of your earlier ones were just incredible. You know which ones are most easily heard.
Yeah, look, here's, I know which ones are pretty easily heard. This is the one I play in publicly quite a lot. This is on Steve Forbes. This is actually an example of an entire conversation backwards. Okay? So let's run this. We'll steer clear of Bill Clinton for a little bit. This is, Steve Forbes, talking about abortion. Okay?
All right.
I want abortions to disappear in America. I feel they're a tragedy. I think we can get a consensus today on banning them in late pregnancy.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a very congruent reversal. This is when he's saying the same thing backwards as he is forwards, and backwards it says her crime will rape the citizens that showed them. It's two sentences. Her crime will rape the citizens showed them.
I'm the citizen showed me.
That's quite clear, yes.
That one's quite clear. Now, okay, now listen to what the reporter says. This is, now the reporter hears that and then responds forward.
If a Republican Congress sent you legislation cracking down on abortion, would you sign it?
And backwards he says, I now see you will show them. So what happens is he perceives that Steve Force is being very congruent in his statement, and his reversal confirms that using exactly the same words. Because he says show them in Steve Force, and then the reporter says, I now see you will show them.
I've got you.
And now I see doing the show, man. And now I see doing the show, man. And now I see doing the show, man.
I don't know, that's quite clear.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that you're able to demonstrate it in 3 separate speeds in reverse because it holds together.
Correct. It does hold together. One of the reasons why I do it in 3 speeds besides that is that when you run the tape backwards, the syllable count tends to increase, and so you have the illusion that it's running faster. And the reason why it increases is because reverse speech uses all the subtle intonations of speech. So I might say a 4-syllable phrase forward. I might say, I like this book, but yet I'll put an emphasis on book, and I might say I, and so that will actually reverse to be 2 or 3 syllables. So the syllable count nearly always increases as we continue.
All right, David, we've got about 12 more minutes, so hit us with some of your best.
Okay, let's... Oh, look, this is a classic one. This one got me into a lot of trouble in Australia. This is, I'm just going down my computer screen now and just pulling out some simple sound.
Sure.
Right. This is the Prime Minister of Australia just after he won the 1987 general election. Now, he was a bit of a character, and he's actually in the Guinness Book of Records as winning the World Beer Drinking Championship. And, as part of his election campaign, he swore off alcohol. So he wins the election, and the reporter very sarcastically says to him, well, how do you plan to celebrate? And he replies forward, several cups of tea.
Yeah.
So here we are.
Beg your pardon? What's the celebration plan, man? Oh, several cups of tea.
And backwards he says, you used to smoke the best marijuana.
Oh, my God. Oh, my.
Yeah.
No wonder you're here. Did they run you out of town on a rail?
I got in a little bit of trouble for that one. Yes, I certainly did. They had lawyers scrambling on that one.
Well, look, if it says what it says backwards, and anybody can do it, and you can do it with your own computer and come up with the same result, then they can't sue you.
That's exactly right. That's exactly.
I mean, it is what it is.
Absolutely correct. I mean, how bold do you want me to get here? You know,
well,
I could get into a bit of trouble if I keep on going.
Well, don't get me in trouble, but.
No. Okay, we're on a 7. No, we'll. I'm just.
But on the other hand, don't really hold back either. I mean, if you.
Okay, listen. Look, here's a man. How many times has people out there gone into business with someone and they've been completely ripped off? Okay, wouldn't you love to know what your potential partner is thinking? Okay, now here's a man I was going to go into business with in Australia. And so here's a small section of our business discussion. Forward.
Yeah. Yes, I agree with you. I agree. That way, if we contain sole rights to the books, the channel to us. Now, are Anchor Point always going to be publishing this book?
All right, that was not very clear forward.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, it was not clear.
Huh.
It was muffled, and it may have been the accents. I'm not sure.
It might have been the accent.
Or
well,
let me
run it backwards. See if you can hear it.
All right.
It says, "I'm so full of," and you can guess the last word.
Wait a minute. I don't want to have to get. I really can't air the last word if it's what I think he's full of.
Right. That's fine. Well, then I thought I would.
Yeah, we better not do that one.
Okay, we won't do that one. All right.
That's quite all right. We'll pass on that.
Okay, that's what I said. How bold do you want me to get?
Well, see, that would have them full of one of the 7 deadly sins on radio. So.
Yeah, right. But it's we can make a very interesting point in that though, because reverse speech is not polite.
I understand, and I wouldn't expect it to be. In fact, it'd reveal, I'm sure, constantly the monsters from the id.
Oh, absolutely. This can get pretty scary. I've had people in my office who have seen their reversals, and they have been petrified. You know, I actually just won a lawsuit. I had a client sue me after she saw her reversals, and I won the suit. But nonetheless, it brings out the whole. It brings this is a very scary thing, because essentially you are probing the depths of the unconscious mind and seeing your worst nightmares. So,
well, do you find that people, when confronted with your playback of their reverse speech, respond usually with great anger?
When I first began to do this, anger was intense. I have since learned how to present it in a way that doesn't spark anger. But I've had some pretty scary things. I've got bullet holes in the walls of my old house in Texas.
See, I wasn't kidding. I told you. The politicians will have you killed.
Thanks, Art. I really like speaking to you.
Well, I mean, there just is no escape for them, and if the truth is to be revealed, they're out of the game.
Well, the fact is, this technology is out there now. People know about it. And my fondest dream is that people around the country will begin to play tape backwards. We have reversing machines here if anyone's interested. But the way this technology is going to go is that there is a massive realm of support. Because this is so real, and the United States, and indeed the entire world, needs this so badly. We have gone so far off track. You know, we are lying and stealing and cheating, and it's just become such a part of life that we have to come back to the way of truth. We have to get on it. There's no other way.
Well, this would do it.
Yeah, and this is a technology that is so simple that anyone can do it. You don't need to be a brain scientist. All you need to do is to buy a tape and spend quite some time learning how to do it. I mean, I would love for there to be debates on TV. We've got the presidential debates coming up now. Let's put these guys to the test.
All right. Well,
what are you saying?
Let's indeed get our audience involved, and there are many, 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 many out there with computers who can reverse speech easily. I can do it here. And so we will begin to have our audience collect examples.
And let me give you some pointers on how to find it too.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, do you want me to do that now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right. Very simply, a few pointers you need to watch out for. For a start, it's very easy to imagine into the give bridge. I have 5 checkpoints that all my students must follow.
And they are.
And they are. For a start, is the syllable count correct? Are you hearing 5 or 6 syllables? Does it match up with what you think it is?
Right.
Are the consonant and vowel sounds clear and precise? Okay. Is it an O? Is it an E? Is it an U? Are the beginnings and endings of words clear? Now, most general reversals will be separated from the gibberish at least by a quarter to a half a second. You can hear a gap, just a little faint gap before the reversal begins and before the reversal starts. Now, the real key trick, though, is this, is that there is a distinct tonal shift in the backwards tape before the reversal appears. You will hear this monotone type sounds backwards, and then the tonality shifts quite dramatically, and it becomes very sing-song. And the reversals themselves have a very unique sing-song tone to them.
I heard that in many of them, yes.
Right, and that's very similar to single And for the amateur radio operators out there. So it's really, the key things are to make sure the syllable count's there.
All right,
Make
listen.
sure the vowels there. Watch for the tone shift.
All right, David, listen, we're out of time. Give out your 800 number again for your books. I want you to be able to do that. It's 1-800...
231-1776.
231-1776.
And they can call my office direct if they wish on area code 619-732-3097. And my website is www.reversespeech.com.
All right, and we have a link up for you tonight and for the next few days at my website, so they can jump across and they can hear many, many examples of what you've been doing tonight, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
On the webpage.
Yeah, there's at least a couple of hundred reversals there. We have a training class starting in San Diego.
Okay, David, we're out of time.
Okay.
We're out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It has been a distinct pleasure. David John Oates, and we will be right back. All right, well, good morning. David John Oates has been my guest for the last 2 hours. I'm sure there's going to be reaction. My fax machine is burning up. For example, Art, my first reaction to David's research was that statistically, in anybody's normal speech, there would exist a probability that if played backwards, there'd be audible sounds to be heard. What sold me that reverse speech may be legitimate science is that young children have reverse speech first. What is the statistical probability that reverse speech would be more linguistic or audible and more detectable to the pediatric mind? Probability must be very high. Or this: Dear Art, I'm Chris from Normal, Illinois, and I was suspicious of David's speech reversal, so I tried it myself. I searched the net for a wave of the moonwalk. I found one on the Apollo 11 homepage. I figured it was high quality, non-tampered with, so went into my Wave Studio software and played it in reverse. There is no doubt this is the real thing. Now, let's determine what it exactly means. From Chris. So it's been an interesting 2 hours, and sometimes it is our job here to expose you to things you have not been exposed to before. That's what we just did. We'll see how the reaction sets in. If you want to know more about reverse speech, David's website is now available through ours. So as usual, if you go to my website, you'll see right at the top of the very first item there will be a link to David's website. There you can hear many more examples of what you heard in the last 2 hours. My website is www.artbell.com. www.artbell.com. No space in there. A-R-T-B-E-L-L. Art Bell. All right, let's look at a little bit of the news, and then we will do open lines for the remainder of the evening. The House has overturned the President's veto of a bill that would outlaw a certain abortion procedure, the awful one. The vote was 285 to 137. Now, it's called a partial birth abortion, and it's horrible. It now goes to the Senate, and there the odds are the votes do not exist to turn it around, so the President is going to have his way. The Pentagon, incredibly, is notifying 5,000 more Americans that indeed they now have information they were exposed to chemical agents in Iraq. And a lot of vets are really damn angry about this. They have a right to be. For years and years and years, our government denied that this happened. Denied it again and again and again. There were no exposures. All those chemical alarms that went off out there, they were false alarms, the Pentagon said, and now all of a sudden, it's so anymore. Now, either they just got new information, if you want to believe that. Lied. They covered it up. You tell me what you believe. The head of our CIA, besides having to contend with his web page being tampered with, boy, did they hack the CIA web page. So badly, the CIA pulled their web page down in complete embarrassment. While the CIA head was sitting in front of Congress, saying, in essence, Saddam Hussein, since the strike, is stronger than ever before, more in control of Iraq than ever before, and more of a danger to his neighbors than ever before. So, in other words, the mission that could not be discerned, the objective that wasn't, has resulted in more power for Saddam and a splintering of the coalition that opposed him. Now, a very, very interesting story about Korea. Not running on a lot of the wire services. Why, I don't know. NBC television ran it, though. There is really something going on in Korea. A North Korean submarine ran aground in South Korea. It was abandoned. They showed photographs of it on NBC. I mean, just sitting there sloshing around in the ocean. Those who were on board, and they were heavily armed commandos, 11 are dead, thought to have committed suicide. When it was obvious their mission was floundering along with their submarine, they committed suicide. 7 more have since been hunted down and killed by the South Koreans. 1 was captured alive, and you could actually hear him being tortured on NBC. They poured 4 bottles of Korean liquor down his mouth, trying to get him to talk about his mission. You could hear him screaming as they did this. Our Pentagon believes what's going on is one of 3 things. Either it was an act of terrorism, a big one, or it was a destabilizing effort, trying to destabilize the South Korean government, or the worst fear of all, it is a pre-invasion. The Pentagon has said, and I will quote, prior to an invasion, quote, covert agent landings would be used. Perhaps before the opening artillery fire, snipers would be assassinating, kidnapping, and interrogating key personnel, or hinder Allied operations and lower morale. So the Pentagon is considering this may be a pre-invasion move by the North. The U.S. immediately issued a warning to North Korea, saying the U.S. will in fact defend South Korea. So I don't know where this came from, right out of nowhere, but a submarine with commandos, heavily armed commandos on board, of which 11 commit suicide, 7 are murdered, and 1 is tortured on American national TV, and the Pentagon is saying it may be a pre-invasion. Holy mackerel. And while the U.S. is giving assurances that we would go back and fight for South Korea, I have always wondered at moments like this whether, in fact, we would. Whether you would fight to defend South Korea. The military will do, in fact, what it is ordered to do, so I guess I'm talking more to those of you who are not yet in the military. I'm well aware the military will do it. They will do as they are ordered to do. But would the American people support another war in Korea? I don't know about that. Well, as I told you last night, it did occur. The Clinton administration has now scrapped plans for the first manned mission to Mars early in the next century. They're not going to do it. This is a major reversal. We are not going to Mars with man. It is reasonable to ask why, is it not? Art, here's the facts on it. Is it any surprise the government within the government has put the kibosh on the Mars trip? There is no longer a cover-up in my eyes. Now it's simply a situation where the existing powers are saying, via their actions, yeah, we know all about it, life on Mars, Cydonia, Roswell, alien abductions, but we're not going to tell you the details. Deal with it. What are you going to do about it? Who are you going to cry to? Nobody. So just sit there and take it. And that may be a bit of the kind of attitude that we're looking at. You know who I spoke to earlier today? Denise Marcel. She sent me a fax. Major Marcel's granddaughter. You know, you really ought to interview my dad. Jesse Marcel Jr. Doctor, actually. He's a doctor. And so I'm going to pursue an interview with Dr. Marcel. He is the young boy who, as a young boy, put his hands on the crashed Roswell materials. And I've got a contact number for him, so I am going to certainly pursue that. The shuttle has retrieved Shannon Lucid. She'll come home, possibly facing disorientation, less bone, about 11.5%, 20% loss of muscle, possibly a shrunken heart. We'll have to learn how to walk on Earth again. Meanwhile, it's an old sick joke, but in one of the rocket boosters that fell back to ground, they found inside, rattling around, inside the rocket booster, a 5-inch wrench. I'm not kidding. A 5-inch wrench. And NASA said, we really shouldn't be flying like this. Oh, kidding. I mean, an organization that is so meticulous in every other way and wears clean suits in labs and is so careful. A 5-inch wrench inside one of the booster rockets. Holy mackerel. Wait. Then NBC also did a story on global warming. And global warming I've always been a little unsure of. I rather think this ozone hole is real. The depletion of the ozone across our continent is also real. Global warming I've never been as sure of. The World Wildlife Fund, though, says with regard to geese and songbirds that their entire existence may be threatened. Rising sea levels may wash away habitats for these animals. Rising sea levels. Changes in the start of seasons, in other words, when summer begins and fall and winter and so forth, are going to begin to confuse the migratory birds. And, for example, here in North America alone, 1/2 of the ducks could die as wetlands across America succumb to droughts. So, you tell me, do you think this is real or something cooked up by the environmentalists to cause us to spend money and begin to cripple industry? Or do you believe it may be true? And we may be doing a dangerous thing with the industrialization that we presently have. I don't know. I don't know about global warming. I haven't made up my mind about it yet. Some days I think so, and other days not. At any rate, stay where you are. We'll be right back. Open lines coming up.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time, tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from September 19th, 1996.
All right, it's going to be open lines for the rest of the evening. There is one other thing that I think you should know. Zachariah Sitchin has expressed an interest in coming back on the program. So I am also pursuing that interview. I got a call from an associate of his, and so we are trying to set up an interview with Zachariah Sitchin. I cannot tell you when it will occur, or even for sure if, but I would say there's a pretty good chance. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Marty in Oakland.
Hi, Marty.
Hi. I wanted to ask a question. You know, you had Richard Hoagland on last Friday night, and he was talking about the superconductivity.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering if I know that certain pest control companies use liquid nitrogen or whatever.
Yes.
And they pump it into the walls of a particular house.
Yes.
And what I was wondering is, I wonder how it would work if you used, let's say, the superconductivity and if they somehow found a way to mix the liquid nitrogen with, if they could make the superconductivity material into a powder and somehow mix it and inject it with the liquid nitrogen into the walls of a particular house and somehow
wait a minute, I think I'm with you here. And then you take the 440 volts incoming to your house, plug it into the wall, and your entire house takes off.
Oh no, I didn't want to do that.
Too bad, it sounded good.
What I wanted to do was, you know, with dimmer switches and RFI and stuff like that,
yeah,
the wiring in the building acts as an antenna. Basically, I was wondering if an end application might be to somehow negate that somehow.
No, I don't think that I don't think the whole idea was to negate RFI or radio frequency interference. I like my idea. You simply get this powder form, and you get superconductivity around the walls of your house. You plug in whatever high voltage you can muster, and like Dorothy's house, without the aid of the tornado, it rises and floats in the clouds. I mean, and then on a nice day, think of the view you would have. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
East of the Rockies, right?
That's right.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning. Where are you?
Rochester.
All right.
New York.
Yes, sir.
I still can't find the Mayo Clinic. Living here 15 years, but anyway, you know, I admire you so much that you don't have screeners.
Well, it's just more fun.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. One of the things I'd like to make, I'll give you a complaint about your program. Sometimes you have a little bit of a screwballs on your program. At the other times, though, if it wasn't for you, I don't think I'd be voting for Harry Brown this year.
Well, look, my program is literally different every night. I do an experiment with all kinds of different things, from the norm that you'll hear on political talk shows elsewhere, to the unusual. And that's what I do. I mean, you can choose to listen or not. I do listen to you all the time. Well, okay.
One of the things I wanted to ask you, though, was I came in late from work one evening, and I only caught 2 minutes of the program, and you were doing an interview with Andrew McDonald.
I've never interviewed Andrew McDonald. So not only did you come in...
I think you did.
I don't recognize the name.
The Turner Diaries.
Oh! Absolutely correct. I don't think that's his name, though. Andrew McDonald? I remember the interview on the Turner Diaries. I think you've got his name wrong.
No, I don't. I really don't.
All right.
And but regardless of what his name is, when you interviewed him, after that, a couple weeks ago, I was in the bookshop and I picked up that book.
And
I was just wondering. I read it. You did say that you read it.
No, I didn't.
I thought you said you...
No, I said that I saw the interview on 60 Minutes.
Oh, okay. I beg your pardon then. I'm sorry. But you did interview him. I was just wondering, what sort of man is he? I mean,
that's why I did the interview, sir.
Yeah.
So that you could determine what sort of man he is.
But you only got 2 minutes of it.
Well, you didn't. All right, I see. Well, I would suggest to you that you order a copy of that program so you can comment intelligently on it. That was the whole purpose, you see, of doing the interview. The kind of man that he is can be reasonably well discerned from the interview that we did. That's why I did it. So rather than give you an assessment or my assessment of the man, which I think was obvious to those who listened between the lines, even reasonably carefully. Forget the reverse speech. Just check out the forward stuff. I think it'll be very obvious. I still think that you had his name wrong, but I'll have to check into that. It was an interesting interview in a lot of ways, and I did it in the spirit that I do a lot of the interviews I do. Not necessarily because these are wonderful people or even good people, just because they are people with ideas that cause other people to think. That's kind of what we do around here. And it's different all the time. Otherwise, it would get boring. Let's take the word kook. You know, that's what that caller said. Somebody have kook on. A lot of times, the use of the word kook, when you examine it carefully, comes from somebody who simply is suddenly being exposed to a new idea that they don't understand. So to them, it is kooky. That doesn't make it kooky. It just makes it kooky from your perspective or your lack of understanding. So that's what we do here. Sometimes we have kooky people on. But sometimes they're really not so kooky after you've had an opportunity to sit down and think about it a little bit. You start to, you're provoked and you begin to think about it, and then all of a sudden it doesn't seem quite so kooky. I love that kind of stuff. You know I do. Art, thought you might find this interesting. I normally listen to Dreamland, but due to increased business, I don't normally listen during the week anymore. I just can't getting old, I guess. Anyway, there was a news bulletin handed to Rush this afternoon, and it's not verbatim, but it basically says the following. The President, Bill Clinton, announced today a new space policy that will benefit all of the people of the world. He announced a policy to put robot space vehicles on Mars by the year 2000, thereby expanding the space program and opening up Earth to, quote, free and fair trade with anyone or anything occupying other worlds, end quote. Easy. I wouldn't know how to respond to that. Then he goes on to say, or maybe he's just about to declare Mars a national monument. Oh, I think about it. It was Charles Watson. That is right, isn't it? Turner Diary. Somebody else helped me out there. Charles Watson, I think, was correct. A very provocative interview and worth doing because it did reveal the nature of the man. Now, I would not attempt to render to you my impression. I just, it wasn't necessary. If you heard the interview, which unfortunately you obviously did not, you would have garnered some knowledge on the subject of that man. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning. My name is Bennett. I'm calling from Warner Robins, Georgia.
Well, hi, Bennett. How are you?
Fine, sir. And concerning the gentleman on the reverse, the reverse tapes, it's like you had on earlier.
Yes, turn your radio off, Bennett.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apologize.
That's all right. It's a normal thing. When you get on the air, you hear me answer, turn it down right away. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Take a situation where a person who is being taped, maybe making a speech, maybe a certain politician who has a defect situation, like he's a psychopath, a sociopath, which almost by definition almost has no, quote, conscience. In other words, there's no still little voice in that that's going to be correcting him.
Well, actually, you've pretty well defined politicians generally.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's right.
No comment, but I tend to agree. But you see, the point I was getting at is that if a person has such a character defect, like this, being a psychopath.
Well, but reverse, reverse speech, according to everything I just heard in the prior 2 hours, would reveal that because it comes not from the conscious, but from the subconscious.
Okay.
So, even the congenital liar has no sway over what he says in reverse.
Okay, I had tried to catch almost all of the program, and, I may well have missed a few minutes here and there.
Yes.
So I wasn't 100% sure.
Yeah, that's the whole idea. If you tell the truth in forward speech, according to my guest,
yes,
that is affirmed in reverse speech. If you lie, that is contradicted in reverse speech.
Aha. All right, there's obviously the key point there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, listen, well, thank you so much. I've been listening for about 3 months to you.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm delighted. I'm a patient, and sometimes I have some real problems with insomnia.
Yes.
You have been a blessing.
Thank you very much. Glad to help out. Yeah, I've had some insomnia problems myself from time to time. Maybe because of the hours that I work, I don't know. I sleep in split shifts, and that's probably not good. You know how I got started with that? I used to sleep solidly during the day. And do you know who I have to thank for that? O.J. Simpson. Because I had to see that trial. I was hooked on it. And so I would sleep early in the morning, get up, watch the trial that generally would start around 10, sometimes 11 or 12. They would delay it endlessly. And I would watch the trial during the day and then go back to sleep at night. And I got into that habit, and I am still not out of it. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, how's it going?
It's going. Where are you, sir?
North Battleford, Saskatchewan.
Okay.
And, am I talking to Art Bell?
Yes.
Wild. Holy, do you ever sound different on the phone?
Nobody ever says that.
Wild. I'd just like to talk about a few things, about not going to Mars there. What do you think of that?
Not much.
Not much?
I don't like it much. I wanted to go to Mars. Well, not personally, but I wanted man to go to Mars.
Oh, definitely. They got to be covering up something if they don't want to go there, like.
Well, that is one conclusion you can come to. That there is something there that they don't want us to meet face to face.
Yeah, exactly. And another thing, what is this with nanotechnology or whatever it is?
Those are little tiny, almost cellular-size machines that ultimately would be able to be injected into your body, as an example.
Wild.
And go in and fix you.
Wild. Okay, well, thanks a lot.
Right. Nanotechnology. Fascinating stuff. We did a number of interviews on nanotechnology and what it may eventually do, and it is really, really wild. West of the Rockies. First-time callers, area 702-727-1222. Hold it. Alan, you just committed a sin. You're not allowed to use your last name on the air.
Sorry.
So let's begin again. It's Alan in Honolulu.
Right.
Turn your radio off, Alan. That's the second deadly sin.
Sorry. Great show you've got.
Thank you.
I'm sitting with my cat on my sailboat in Cavey Lagoon.
You're in a sailboat?
Yeah.
You poor thing, you.
Oh, it's great.
In Honolulu.
Yeah, in Honolulu.
In a sailboat. Yeah, rough.
I have a cat named Ra.
You what?
After the Egyptian Sun King.
Oh.
And he's sitting right here.
Has he said anything?
Meow.
Yeah.
I'm talking to you on my cell phone.
I see.
Well, anyway, this is great to talk to you. You've got a great show.
Well,
Let me ask you this. Do you believe Richard Hoagland?
With respect to what? Every word he utters?
Around the moon?
The items on the moon. All right. I think that if you look carefully into it, there is something to what Mr. Hoagland says. He spent hours and hours with regard to the artifacts on the moon, and I think there is something there. Oh, do I believe him with regard to what's on the moon? I believe that he is sincerely convinced by his research. I cannot claim to be as deeply into it, nor as convinced. The Mars research is quite clear and quite compelling. And there's been a lot of scientific backup work done to what Mr. Hoagland has said. He wrote a paper on life on Europa 17 years ago, for which he has been now finally really given credit in the major media. So I guess that would be my answer. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, hi, Art. My name is Les, and I'm calling from Salt Lake City, Utah.
Yes, sir.
And I really love the music that you play on your show.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to know what was the name of the song that you played at the bottom of the last hour.
It's called Africa, and it's by Cusco.
Okay. All right. Is that an older one?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you play at the bottom of this hour? Was that also Cusco?
Yeah, that was, I'm sure you're referring to this thing, right?
No, I was talking about the one from the hour before that, at the bottom of the hour.
Now you're talking about the hour before that.
Yeah, it sounds like, I think it was like from one of those classic rock groups.
Sing it to me.
It has the, it kind of sounds like water dripping.
Oh, sure, that's Pink Floyd.
Pink Floyd, yeah. Okay, what's the name of that song?
I'm sorry, I can't remember. Somebody will tell us.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, that was great. Also, I was wondering, do you still deal with the people from Luprina?
Not at the moment, but they're going to be back.
Okay, because my wife has arthritis really bad, and she is also diabetic, and we're having really hard problems, finding medications for her that, doesn't mess with her stomach. And I was wondering if that Luprina would be good for her.
Well, I'll give you the number.
Okay.
It's 1-800.
All right.
308.
Okay.
4565.
65. That's great. Okay, well, I appreciate it.
All right, sir. Take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Charlie in Riverside.
Well, made it back, huh?
Let me tell you, I was kicking back for a while. Let me tell you about these idiots in Utah and their 5 lousy electoral votes and how intelligent Bill Clinton is. And Bill Clinton has just grabbed the environmentalist vote today.
Yeah, I know.
And helped himself in the Northeast.
I know.
And you got these idiots in Utah. It's kind of funny. Here they are complaining and threatening Clinton like, we're not going to give you our 5 lousy electoral votes, and we've never given a Democrat in the first thing.
Well, you're not demonstrating how brilliantly environmental he is. You're demonstrating how brilliantly political he is. In other words, he doesn't give a rat's behind. He doesn't give a rat's behind about the people of Utah. What he cares about is votes from California.
Well, I think it's a little bit of both. I think Al Gore is more of an environmentalist than Clinton, and I think it shows you that Al Gore does have Clinton's ear. But I think the interesting thing, here's a complaint that a lot of people have about the way American politics works in the electoral college. Very small states like Utah that only have 5 electoral votes or 6 or whatever it is, basically have no voice.
I know. I live in a state like that. Remember Nevada? Remember the Screw Nevada bill? This is simply the Screw Utah signature.
The thing of it is that that's a negative to our system. So, these people who are crying for the end of the electoral college, that is a major thorn right there. Unfortunately, we're going to be stuck with this old worn out thing until we have another election where somebody gets the majority of the popular vote and loses in the electoral college.
I thought you were talking about the president there.
Right. Let me say lastly though is that we have to be concerned. And this is a major difference between we liberals and you conservatives. We are concerned about the environment and concerned about the future. You guys are concerned with big bucks and making money. Period.
You know what? I really wish that I thought President Clinton did that for environmental reasons, but you and I both know better, don't we?
Well, this is why I love Clinton Gore. Clinton is a political animal, a ruthless political animal.
Yes, he is.
Gore, on the other hand, is a true liberal environmentalist.
Yes, he is.
And they're a terrific team. They work together very
Charlie,
well.
I actually agree with you, but Mr. Clinton's decision to do what he did in Utah didn't have a damn thing to do with anything whispered in his ear by Al Gore. It had to do with raw politics. Here are the votes. I can get them if I do this. And I can do this with my signature. So let me do it. I doubt he even talked to Al Gore about it.
Oh, you know what? I don't have it's just the thing, a problem that I have with you conservatives. You know what? You're probably 100% right. And basically, I could care less about it. Bill Clinton understands that winning re-election is the bottom line. And as far as I'm concerned, if that helps in this end, as far as helping us liberals, that's fine, because I'll tell you what, he's been very ruthless on the other end. He signed that welfare bill, and he signed a lot of conservative things also that made us unhappy on this end. So,
well, I hope somebody's taping you and they'll come and play you in reverse.
Well, I think it's good to have an intelligence, because this is one thing I'll give you Republicans credit for. The last 20 years, you guys have had the best politicians along. Finally, we get a Democrat that happens to be a decent politician. And it's a major relief, because I'll tell you what, we've had our Dukakis's, our Mondales, and they've been nice, kind,
that's like guys. Saying, when you're talking about a decent politician, those words just don't, it's like saying a decent second story man.
Well, it's a sad story, because the bottom line is that to be a politician, unfortunately, you have to have some ruthlessness to your nature. And a lot of guys who happen to be like Jimmy Carter is a terrific guy, nice guy, but he's soft-hearted as hell. Same thing's true with Bob Dole. And to be a good politician, it's unfortunate, but you do have to be somewhat ruthless.
Well, the difference is, though, Charles, if you look, for example, at Ronald Reagan, there was a man with great oratory skills. There was a man who, I think even you would agree, had the ability to project a kind of a father image. However, what he did have that Bill Clinton doesn't have is fixed ideology. In other words, Ronald Reagan really believed what he said. Regardless of how you feel about it, he believed what he said, and it came from a core conviction that this president does not have. And this president is a pure politician. He has the political skills without the ideological grounding from which to make decisions. So his decisions are based by wetting the finger, putting it in the air, judging the direction, and heading in that direction. Back to the lines. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art.
Yes, sir.
This is George here up here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada again here.
CHED.
Yeah. But the problem is they don't carry you until, I think it's 2 o'clock your time.
That is correct.
3 hours of your show I missed. I didn't even get to hear that gentleman talking about reverse speech.
I know, and it was an absolutely awesome program. Now, that maybe they carry more of it on the weekend. We'll have to find out. In the meantime, it was such an unusual, interesting interview that maybe I'll figure a way to carry it one of these nights later in the show. So you can. In the meantime, you guys call CHED if you want to hear more of the program.
Yeah. Hey, could I ask you one question?
Sure.
I'm just curious to know what came out when that baby said, what's that, about the video recorder there.
Okay, you've got it a little wrong. If you'll listen on the air, I'll repeat it for you. These were infants, and I believe it was a 7-month-old, his 7-month-old child, and because he is very interested in reverse speech, he was running around the house. He had twin girls, and recording, baby babble, and he was holding this tape recorder in front of his baby's pretty little baby face, and she uttered some baby babble, but reversed, it clearly was, "What's that?" in a child's voice. "What's that?" Obviously referring to the tape recorder being held in front of the child's face. It stood your hair right up on end, I guarantee. I really don't know what to tell you, except that, of course, our program is new in Canada, and they're sort of, trying it out on you all to see how you like it. And so if you like it, why call them up and tell them it sure would be nice if you would carry more of the program. If you hate it, call up and say, get that crazy man off our airwaves. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Art.
Yes, sir.
Hi, this is Dennis from California.
Hello.
Los Angeles, to be exact.
Yes, sir. KABC land.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I wanted to know, do you know anything about what they sometimes call sleep paralysis?
Yes.
Can you explain some of that? Because I thought I heard you talking about it a while back, and I didn't quite catch everything. What do you know about it?
Well, only that it seems to be a state in which people awaken, or maybe they're in that sort of twilight between sleep and wakefulness, and they're in a state where they cannot move, they can't budge a muscle, even forcing themselves to try to move, they are virtually paralyzed.
Yes, that's something I suffer with probably about 3 times a month.
It would be frightening.
Oh, it's horrible.
Yeah.
It also, at first I thought it was like the beginnings of an outer body experience.
Yeah. Do you think that and when it occurs, you are fully conscious, or do you think you're in some sort of transitional state?
Well, Art, I'll tell you, I am fully conscious because sometimes my eyes will be like a quarter of the way open, and if I'm laying on my side, I can see things in my room. I can see the window or the television set or the pictures on the wall.
That would be frightening.
And there has actually been a time, the last time it happened, where I had gone with the flow, the feeling of it, and I just let it be, and I stopped fighting it.
And what happened?
It's a feeling of excessive acceleration. I felt like my feet were being propelled towards my feet.
So in other words, you felt that if you had continued to let it go, something would have happened?
Absolutely. And what I'm getting to is it was the time where my eyes were actually a quarter open, and I could see my hand, and I was trying to move my fingers, trying to move my hand, couldn't do it. And then I felt like I was moving my
Listen,
hand.
I have a newscast. Would you like to hold on?
Absolutely.
All right. Sleep paralysis, huh? We'll be right back. We're kind of in the middle of a conversation with a gentleman, and it is with respect to there's a problem called sleep paralysis. It's very real, and it's very frightening, and he has it. And we had not finished the conversation, and so you're going to get to hear that now, if you're just joining us. What is your first name again, sir?
It's Dennis.
Dennis. And where are you?
I'm in Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, that's right, okay. Dennis, this involves waking up in the middle of the night, or sort of waking up, we're not sure which, but generally awake if you can see items in the room, not being able to move a muscle or even twitch your eye, I suppose. And it's a frightening, frightening feeling, and a lot of people have it. And you said something interesting, that one night you decided to just sort of let it go.
Right, because a lot of times you fight it because...
Of course. Because nobody wants to be out of control. It's a terrible feeling.
Right. So one night I decided, okay, I'm just going to see what happens. Because there's always some kind of a compelling feeling that there's something else that's going to happen.
Yep.
So I went ahead and just relaxed and went with it. And there was a feeling of propulsion at an incredible rate from my head to my toes and going, I guess it would be to the west is the way my bed would face. And so it felt like I was being propelled. Okay. And once that stopped, there's a buzzing. When the onset of this comes, there's a buzzing that the best I can describe it is from the top of your head to about the middle of your abdomen, and loud ringing in your ears. And so as soon as the propelling was done, the buzzing sort of subsided, and I could see my hand because, like I said, sometimes my eyes will be a little bit open.
Sure.
And I could see my hand there on the bed, and I wanted to move it, trying to move it, can't move it, and then it felt like it was moving, but it was still there. My hand was still there. And the way that I physically felt, I felt like I had raised my hand all the way up and extended my arm.
Like it was out of your body.
Like it was out of my body, yes.
Ooh.
And I think that what this is the onset to an outer body experience.
It may be.
Yeah, and as this was happening, the buzzing in the abdomen and up to the head, the ears, the ringing, all that had increased as the arm was being extended. But the physical arm was still there. Now I don't know how this sounds to some of your callers, but with the array of
to use an earlier caller's phrase, kooky, no doubt.
Kooky.
But this is real.
Yeah.
There are thousands and thousands of people who have it.
Yeah. And if there's anybody else, I'd love to hear their story.
All right. Well, that's an interesting one, and I certainly appreciate your telling it. Thank you. That's a really strange, disconcerting thing. And I don't know that I could do what he did and let it go. I'm really not sure I could do that. I'm one of those control freak kind of people, and I don't like the feeling of being out of control, not one bit. It's frightening for me. All right, well, here's another comment on this reverse speech thing. Really grabbed people. Art, this is definitely real. David was correct in saying that reverse speech reveals what you are thinking. I experimented with my own speech, and I was flabbergasted when I found out that when I was talking about my current relationship with a woman that I believe I truly love, I said things in reverse that were not too pleasant. I said, right now, I just don't understand. I guess don't want to. Just got upset. Her relatives. Oh, boy. So, it was a very interesting program. We did a program on reverse speech in the first couple of hours of the show this morning, and it was fascinating. We had clips from the likes of Neil Armstrong and O.J. Simpson and all kinds of people, even some children, and those were absolutely astounding. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, this is Bill in Edmonton, Alberta.
Hello, Bill.
I'm just calling to you to tell you that I took your advice on calling Ted on airing your entire program.
Oh, well, thank you.
And about sleeping paralysis, is it called?
Yes.
I myself experienced it once in my life and only realized it tonight. I was totally relaxed, lying on my side in my sleep, but I was there, and I sunk through my bed, through my floor, into the basement. But I didn't struggle, and like your someone that faxed, you said, if you don't struggle and just relax, you can get up and start moving around. I did that. It was absolutely amazing when I think about it. This was about 2 years ago it happened.
Well, maybe I'll think it over, and one of these days I'll muster up the courage, should it ever occur again, to let it go. I'm just not the kind of person that can let that kind of thing go.
Yeah, you just have to relax. It is truly amazing.
I appreciate the call, sir.
Okay.
And the word to CHED. You know, they're experimenting with us up there, and who knows what the Canadian people are going to think of us. Crazy Americanos. No doubt. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
No, I just want sleep paralysis.
Yes.
I suffered with this too, and I thought maybe I was the only one.
Obviously not.
But boy, it is really something, because you're conscious, you know what's going on, or I do, but I cannot get up. I can't move.
Can't even move a finger.
And it just drives you crazy, because you can hear things going on, you know what's going on, but you cannot move. And it's the honest truth. I just can't believe that so many people have this.
Obviously so.
But anyway, I just wanted to share that, and wanted to say one other thing.
Well, before you do, have you ever let it go, or have you always fought it?
I fight it and try to get up, and I think, well, if I can just get up, it'll go away. So I fight it, but I cannot get up. So I just relax and just try to stay relaxed for a while, and then it seems like after 30 seconds, 45 seconds, then I can, if I try to move suddenly, I can sneak up on
snap out of it.
I don't know what it is. It's so weird.
That's very interesting.
It is so weird. It is so weird. It's such a weird thing. I feel for anybody that has it, because it just drives you crazy.
I understand. I appreciate your call. I'll tell you something. I saw a movie a number of years ago, a lot of years ago, called Johnny Got His Gun. If you ever get a chance to see that movie, if it can be rented, go rent it. It's probably the ultimate horror. It concerned, and I'm trying to remember now, I think it was during the Civil War era, but it was a fellow who was wounded, shot almost critically, and went into a coma. For all the world to see and know, he was in a coma. Only imagine the nightmare, the horror. He really wasn't in a coma. He could hear everything going on around him. He could hear the doctors and the nurses, and this went on for years, could hear everybody around him. And it dealt with his inner feelings as he went through this, and the horror of that. To be there and to not be there. To the outside world, you're in an irreversible coma, alive and dead. But in fact, conscious enough so you're hearing everything, unable to move a muscle, unable to open your eyes, unable to communicate in any way with the outside world, and yet to be conscious and to hear what's going on. Imagine the horror of that. I think it was called Johnny Got His Gun. That just came to mind. A kind of a long-term sleep paralysis. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Going once. Going twice. Gone. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi.
Is this Art Bell?
It is.
Well, oh my goodness, I'm listening to you talking to someone else on the radio.
Well, now, dear, you know the instruction is to turn your radio off when you get on.
Well, I just did, but you were speaking with someone else as I was
That's
turning
because
it off.
we have a time delay, my dear, and that's why you're instructed to turn down the radio. It will
Okay, well,
confuse
it's so great to speak with you. I've been trying so long to get a hold of you. And please wish Ramona my very best. I think she's a sweetheart.
I will.
Okay. And, gosh, I was listening to the fellow that you had on the air a while ago, his name, David John.
Yes.
And he was talking about playing things backwards and dyslexia.
Yes.
And as a child, from about 1 to 3, I was extremely dyslexic, and everything I said was backwards, and nobody understood me.
You know, I wonder if dyslexics can hear reverse speech.
I don't know. I heard what they said. It made sense to me, but nothing that I said to them made any sense at all. But it made perfect sense to me.
I wonder if a dyslexic speaking could be put into a computer and reversed, and it would make sense.
Well, that would be interesting.
Yes,
I think maybe it could.
You never know.
But eventually I learned to turn it around by myself, by copycatting what they were saying. And I had an interesting story I wanted to share with you.
Yes?
It would probably be more apropos on one of your ghost stories days, but a friend of mine, when we were in California, went to the Tujunga Canyon.
Right.
And there were these little flat rocks that sat about, 2 feet above this little pool of water, and there was a little stream that went down into the pool and then on, on its merry way.
Yeah.
And I had just had a very extremely traumatic experience. I had been raped, and I was telling my boyfriend about it. And we both were just very traumatized.
Of course.
And suddenly, every sound stopped. It was like we were in a vacuum.
Yes.
Usually the crickets there are deafening. Nothing.
Yeah.
And the air was a vacuum. And I looked down into this little pool of water, and I saw this little tiny baby, maybe 9 months old, with a little white dress on, laying in the bottom of the water. Now, she wasn't there when we sat down there, just talking and looking into the water. And I looked off to my side, and I saw 2 little shoes with little socks rolled neatly in them. And I became extremely frightened, and I screamed at George, "George, get up, I want to go. And he was just like mesmerized. He was just like stuck where he was. He couldn't think or even hear me.
Was he seeing this too?
Yes. But at the time I didn't know that. And then finally I shook him, and he came around. He jumped up and literally picked me up my feet and ran up this little sandy incline. And we jumped into the convertible. with the top down, and started driving up out of the canyon, and I said, "Why did you carry me?" And he says, "Because there were snakes and lizards crawling all over your feet." And as we were going up out of the canyon, I heard the first sound, and it was like a clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. And here came a man on a black horse that looked like Abraham Lincoln, with the hat, the cape, all black, the whole bit.
Maybe it was
And that was the only sound we heard.
And so what do you make out of all that?
I don't know. I've talked to a lot of different people, and they said that I'm a sensitive, that I may have seen something from the past.
You weren't pregnant, were you?
No.
So it wasn't something from the future.
No, I was only 16.
All right, I appreciate your call, and I don't know what to make out of that. I don't know what to make out of that. And apparently you don't either. Maybe it was just a result of the trauma that you described. I don't know. What do you say about those things? It's not yet October. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
I enjoyed your guest, David John Oates.
Yes, wasn't that something?
It really was. It's one of the only guests I've listened to a lot of your guests. They gave me goosebumps.
It gave me goosebumps too. You know what? You know the one that really got to me? I mean, there were many good ones, but the one that really got to me was the child. The child that said, "What's that?"
Yeah, and actually the first one, the Bob Dole, "It's an Honor," got to me.
Yeah.
The sing-songy portion of it, that's what made me uncomfortable. You can tell the sing-song...
You can tell when you're getting a reverse speech message. Boy, I'm having trouble with myself. Because it is sing-songy, and yes, I clearly heard that.
And that made me... It just about had an evil ring to it. And I don't want to... That's the only words I can come up with or an uncomfortable. It made the hair on my arm stand up. The sing-songy portion of it.
Yes, I understand.
Very uncomfortable. I wonder if any of the other listeners got that.
All right, we'll ask. What about it? Did any of the rest of you get the same feeling? I did. I was a little in doubt of doing this interview tonight, frankly. I was a little in doubt, but I was intrigued enough to go ahead with it. And I now feel that I was absolutely correct to have gone ahead with it. No matter what you think of it, it was intriguing. Very, very, very intriguing. And there are certain aspects of it that ring true to me. And the one with the baby got to me, I'll tell you. It stood the hair up on my arms, too. Because that is exactly what you would expect a child to say. What's that? I mean, you're holding a tape recorder in front of its little gurgling face. And so if it were to say something, that would be what it would say. The natural curiosity of a child. No, it was absolutely fascinating. And I bet a lot of other people feel just about the same way. You know, it's first exposure to something new. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Mike in Kansas.
Hi, Mike.
Hi. Great interview there earlier.
Yeah, thank you.
About this sleep paralysis, I used to suffer from that.
And was it as he described?
No, my symptoms were somewhat different, although I did, some of them were the same. For instance, I do think it has something to do with astral projection. I used to hear a hum and be able to actually feel a vibration at the top base of my spine and my head.
Now, you know, a medical doctor might say it's a form of sleep apnea, that your heart is skipping beats, that your blood pressure has undergone a sudden change. That would account for the humming and the vibration you feel. What do you think?
I don't think so. A couple other different symptoms I had. I wouldn't ever be able to see anything, but I could hear. You know, like if the radio was on, I could, make out what they were saying and be able to repeat it when I woke up.
Sure.
And as far as moving goes, it seemed like I either had a choice. I could drift back off into sleep or I could fight it, and if I really, really concentrated on one body part, I could move that one body part, but it would take everything I had.
Maybe you just had partial paralysis.
No, I try to move my whole body at once and it won't move, but yet if I concentrated on just one little body part, I had to give it everything I had just to concentrate. I could move that one body part.
That would frighten me. You see, though you were able to do something he was not, no matter how he tried, you recall he said he couldn't move, and when he finally did get some movement, it wasn't real movement. His hand stayed in place, and it was as though he was lifting his arm or his hand out of its physical structure.
Well, when I first encountered this, it was very scary, but I was able, like if I was laying on a couch next to the edge there.
Right.
If I concentrated real hard, it seemed like it would take forever to do it. I could concentrate real hard and say, I'm going to throw myself off this couch and catch myself, in order to come out of it. I had to. It was I wanted to come out of it so bad, but yet I couldn't, move. And if I concentrated real hard, I could throw myself off the couch and catch myself and then wake up.
Very scary.
One time I did remember to catch myself, landed right on my face.
All right, my friend, thank you. I have not had sleep paralysis, but I have had the falling dreams, and I don't like those. I don't like those at all. I bet a lot of you have had those. You're suddenly falling. It's like you've just jumped off a cliff. And I have never hit bottom. I've had a couple people call me and tell me, I hit bottom and died. I don't think I'd enjoy that in a dream. Quickening. This is quickening material, and if you have children in the room, get them out. I'm serious. Get children out of the room. I'm going to read this to you because it comes from a legitimate newspaper, the Orange County Register. But it is... it's horrible. It's really horrible. And if this doesn't exemplify what we're going through as a society right now, I'll just read it. It's entitled, Woman's Death Caused by Explosive in Body. A naked woman found lying along a highway near Syracuse, New York, was killed by an explosive device that had been inserted into her body. The district attorney said, quote, this was a horrible, horrible way to die, end quote. William Fitzpatrick said all that on Tuesday. Carol Ryan, 42 of Syracuse, was found September 1st in Jamesville outside Syracuse. She died at a hospital. An explosive had been inserted into her vagina and then detonated. Emergency workers who treated her were given counseling. Police said they had no suspects and asked for the FBI's help. Now, you tell me that we're not in one sick society. Who would do such a thing? West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
Hey, it's Matt from Idaho Falls.
Hi, Matt.
KID land there.
Yes, sir.
A couple things. The reverse speech stuff was fascinating.
Oh, yes, it was.
I was kind of got into listening a little bit of, back when the big rock music scare and all this satanic stuff.
The masking, yes.
Yeah, that was, Stairway to Heaven had a couple interesting things.
That's right.
That were quite clear.
Yes.
But that was really interesting. The other thing, the main thing I wanted to touch on was, living out here in conservative land, I'm kind of a rarity among a lot of my friends, but I really applauded his deal to, put aside some land in Utah. And, I support that. And I also supported he kept that, New World Mine from, Northern Yellowstone.
Oh, yeah. Look, I'm not totally, oblivious to environmental concerns, but I can't say that I know enough about the land in Utah to know that all of that should have been put away.
Yeah.
I know Bryce is one beautiful place, and I wouldn't want to see it hurt.
And back to the thing about the reverse speech. Don't you think that sing-song quality, if you listen to it, doesn't it sound suspiciously like a whale song?
Yes.
If you listen to it?
Yes.
It's, perhaps maybe, scientists are going to have to look at the origins of speech going back a lot further than...
I think this is going to open up a line of research, and I really think there may be something to this. After listening to it, and after hearing reverse speech in that sing-songy fashion, there's something about it that rings true.
Well, like you said, the ones with the little kids, you listen to it, you think, oh, what a bunch of gibberish. But it was so clear backwards. And,
yes.
And again, that sing-songy quality to it was boy, my thought was, boy, that almost sounds like a whale song.
It's a good observation. It's a good observation, sir. There's a lot of things, thank you, and a lot of people who tuned in late aren't going to know what we're talking about, but it was the most remarkable couple of hours. If you don't get the first part of the program, you really need to contact your affiliate, whoever you're listening, whatever radio station you're listening to right now, contact them and ask them to carry the first part of the program, because there are many times when we do that kind of thing, and this was one that should not have been missed. So contact your affiliate and politely request they carry more of the program. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey there, Art.
Hi.
What's up? I'd like to ask you if you're familiar with two different people in one organization. I'll start with the two different people. One is a guy named Truax a while back that was trying to build his own rocket and put a guy in space, and I never heard from him again.
Maybe he became his own test subject.
No, he was written up in Omni magazine and a couple other publications. And he was buying used parts from the government.
I don't think it's lawful to launch your own spacecraft.
I think that's what he ran into. I think that's probably why I never heard of him again.
Yeah, I think that NASA actually shut down a couple of efforts like that.
We were talking about why it has no private enterprise done that, or a caller was the other night asking about that.
Yes.
And I just thought I'd mention his name again and see if anybody knew what happened to him.
All right.
The other person is, I'm not sure if it's male or female, but there was someone named T.B. Palwicki that wrote a book called How to Build a Flying Saucer.
There was an article that appeared on the internet, and I've got a copy of it. It's called How to Build a Flying Saucer, and by God, it tells you how to build one.
Yeah, and I had read it like a long time ago and had stuck the copy away and didn't think very much else about it. It's basically armchair physicist type stuff. But there's some interesting things in there about the pyramids, and there's also some interesting things in there about relating back to the disc in Art Parts, the laminated disc of magnesium and bismuth.
Really?
Well, no, not directly, but he does talk about rotating discs and mass moving in eccentric orbits.
So in other words, you related it to what we know about Earth's parts so far.
Yeah, well, I went and picked it back up and read it again, and I'm not so sure if he knew what he was hitting on. I mean, we as humans with this technology, at least I feel kind of like a gorilla trying to play a violin.
Mm-hmm.
But it did interest me that the eccentric, supposedly erratic movement on the generator, with the last test you did.
Yes, sir.
The fact that the motion, she was describing the motion. I'd like to see that video if there's video of it, because I would like to know if, perhaps it's doing an eccentric.
All right, well, I'll tell you what we'll do. Thank you. That video, I talked to Linda Howe earlier today. The video that was done at Redstone in Alabama is in Linda's hands. It is being sent to me by a very fast method. Linda just got back home, and I will have that video in my hands shortly. The experiment done on the materials that were sent to me allegedly from the 1947 Roswell crash. It is a striking video, I am told. When I get it, I am going to create some AVI files I can do that, and try and get them uploaded to the webpage. I hope they can do that. I trust that it can be done. Nearly anything can these days. And I will create those AVI files and put them up there so you can all see the results of this experiment for yourself with one piece of art's parts. So I should have that in the next couple of days and might be able to get it up, let's see, today. Well, today is Friday, actually, isn't it? So I may not get it up until next week, but I guarantee you it is coming.
The new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is here, now available for Android as well as iPhone. For Coast Insiders, it offers the ability to download the most recent shows so you can listen to them at your leisure. The new app also has listen live and streaming features, plus recaps, contacts, and upcoming show info. Coast Insiders with Android System 4.0 and above, or iPhone. Check out our new app at the Google Play or iTunes stores, or link from the Coast website.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time, tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from September 19th, 1996.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Nonpartisan Tim in San Diego.
How you doing?
Long time no talk.
It has been a while.
I wanted to discuss this whole thing about marriage, same-sex and otherwise.
All right.
I think one of the problems, the main problem that we're running into is the non-separation of church and state again. And we've got a marriage that's defined by religious definition.
Holy matrimony.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you said that you felt the courts would ultimately decide that same-sex marriage should be legal.
I believe they will, yes.
I think you're probably right. If you remember Rock Hudson, who turned out to be gay, and after he died, his partner, was awarded by the courts the same type of settlement that a heterosexual couple would have been awarded.
Yes.
So I don't see how the courts can...
I think it's obvious. I mean, if you look at what the inability of the court in Hawaii to come up with any reason why it should not be, and their challenge back to the state to either come up with a reason why it should not be, or in effect saying it will be, then I think you're going to see the U.S. Supreme Court with the exact same problem.
That's right. That's right. Like it or not, I think ultimately the courts are going to decide that homosexuals have the same right to form
but for me the answer will remain not. I will not like it.
No, I won't like it either. I personally don't like the whole idea of any couple being able to reap all kinds of special benefits because they decide to get married.
Well, but see, really the academic argument's on their side because they will not receive special benefits. That is to say, not any more special than you receive for being married, if you are, or any heterosexual couple receives. They simply want equal benefits. And the academic argument is really on their side. The lawful argument ultimately may be on their side. And the only arguments against them, frankly, are prejudicial, emotional, conditioned, and very real. But they just don't hold water in court. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi. Art?
Yes.
I can't believe I'm talking to you.
Well, you are. Where are you?
In San Diego.
Okay.
First-time caller. Long
KFMB. Yes.
Yes. That's the sleep paralysis.
Yes.
I have suffered from that for as long as I can remember. And within the last year, I decided to experiment with it because I was frozen there anyway.
Sure.
And couldn't do anything else. And I started having that floaty feeling. Well, the buzz in the head and that vibration.
Oh, really? You too, huh?
It's icky. But so I went with it, and I started like leaving my body, and I'd get up to the ceiling of my bedroom floor, and I'd be afraid to go through it, so I'd pull back. And but then the next time it happened, I decided to go all the way, and I just went. I don't know where I went. And came back and decided I really didn't like this, so please don't do it to me again. And I really haven't had it. So.
Well, that's amazing. On the one hand, you want to say it's a kind of a seizure. Some doctors will say that, grand mal or whatever. But from what you've just said, that's something different. Fascinating. You say you don't know where you went.
No, it was more kind of a dark place, I guess. There were like colored things. I thought that I was just having terrible migraine headaches because that was the result of it. Afterwards, with that intense buzzing and vibration, that's how it felt. It was just real bad migraine headaches. But listening to people, I've never heard of anyone else having it. I thought this was uniquely my own experience. So I'm like, wow, there's others out there too. It's been illuminating to me. So,
I appreciate the call, and I can only relate to it in one way. This is a kind of an interesting story. Many years ago, I had some dental work done, and this is the only way I can relate to what you're saying. I'd had some dental work done, and they gave me some codeine, and I apparently have some sort of allergy to codeine. And the dental work was all done, it was fine. And that night I went to a drive-in theater, and I had taken one of these codeines, and I passed out. But in the process, it's the only time in my whole life, as a matter of fact, that I passed out. In the process of passing out, I had that same rushing feeling, that same sort of vibrational rushing feeling that was, it almost brought on, frankly, nausea. And then I passed out. And the young lady who was with me at the drive-in theater, I mean, boy, talk about screwing up a date, went, of course, immediately, and they called an ambulance. And the ambulance, you know, I don't know if you recall about drive-in theaters, any of you who are old enough to remember drive-ins, they are still out there, but not many. The ambulance came roaring in. You remember those things that come up out of the ground so that if you drive over it, your tire is shredded? The ambulance came in the wrong entrance, and all 4 of its tires got shredded. All 4 of them. And by then, of course, I was recovered, and I said, no, I don't want to go to the hospital, I'm all right. But here were the poor ambulance drivers sitting there with all 4 tires totally shredded. I mean, they just flew over that thing. And you can imagine what it would do to a tire. And so I don't know why I just told you that, but it's the only time that I felt for several instants what these people seemed to be describing. And it was the period between consciousness and unconsciousness. And it was totally, totally frightening. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Jane from Tennessee.
Well, glad to have you, and I like your accent, Jane.
I want to make 2 or 3 comments. The reverse speech, that was very, very interesting, but like a previous caller said, I got goosebumps also. I missed the first hour, and I want to ask a couple of quick questions.
All right.
Did he say that his stutter led him into that line of work, like to study speech?
That's correct, yes. Obviously, he would be very, very interested in speech patterns, and so that's what led him there, sure.
Yeah, okay. And then another caller said something about rock music and backward masking. Did y'all talk about that?
We did, but it is not the same thing.
Not the same
most
thing.
backmasking is done intentionally.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
I really hated that I missed the first hour. Okay. Also, I wanted to ask, the sleep paralysis thing.
Yes.
Recently, I heard a show on sleep disorders, and the lady was saying that when you're in the REM state, the dream state,
yes,
you are paralyzed. She said because if you didn't, you would get up and act out your dream. So I don't know if that's the same thing that your other callers are talking about, but maybe they're just dreaming.
I don't think so.
I've never had it. I hope it never happens to me.
It's not fun. It's very disturbing. That's all I can say. And I just told the story about myself. That was
interesting.
Interesting, yeah.
And then one other comment about the reverse speech. When I think it was a fax, they said, did he ever study animals?
Yes.
And I have a parrot that talks, and he said that the reverse speech was in metaphors. Didn't he say that?
Yes, he did. Well, sometimes it is in metaphors. Sometimes it's quite clear, and we heard examples of both. You ought to record your parrot.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Okay, that's all I had this morning, and it was a really good show. Maybe you could have him again.
No doubt. Polly want a cracker? Really means dumb, stupid human. I'm hungry. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, this is Kristen Seminole, and I want to say that I'm out and about quite often, but usually I don't recognize it until I'm already out there. But I've found that it helps quite a lot to move your neck if you feel the need to want to move much more quickly. But
a lot of people can't move at all.
Well, this has helped, but I found that moving my neck does it much sooner, and it said that the energy comes in through your medulla oblongata at the base of your spine, or the base of your neck, I mean. And
what did you think of the man who talked about the motor part of your brain and sleepwalking versus the intellectual part of your brain and sleep paralysis?
I don't know, but I believe your astral body resynchronizes with your physical body, and you just need to give it time.
Well, right now, my physical body has got to end the program.
Oh, thank you.
Because that's it. So, you know what the honors are?
I believe so. It's been a while.
All right, well, let's hear your best shot.
Oh, good night, America.
You've got it down. All right, well, that's it. I'm sorry. Clock says we've got to go. If you get a repeat of the first hour, trust me, you don't want to miss what's coming up. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Good night, America.